Alrighty then. Alright, I believe I'm live. If this is not deceiving me, which it doesn't appear to be. Let's see who we got in the chat. Calcio, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Har har har, blessed to be blessed be this stream. Har har har. I hope that wasn't sarcasm. I hope you really were blessing it. Nathan Pelisnusk, I don't know what that means. May that not get me thrown off of YouTube. How many guardsmen I need to hold the line? Well, against which faction would be a pretty good question. My first meme question. I see. Alright, Jagonis, what's up, good man? 2 minutes over? Yes. A bit late, had to put up my hair. I was gonna try and rush to take a shower, but we had cold water, and then I had to figure out why we had no warm water. I kind of ran around for a few extra minutes than I intended to, kind of fell behind the clock just a little bit, which was terrible, because for one of the few occasions I seemingly had everything ready and set to go. Alright. And Nameless Scholar, welcome to the stream, my good man. What's up? Cat wash. Cat wash? Not sure. That's very random. Cat wash. Well, anywho, welcome everybody to today's stream. This is the live Q&A about Warglaive Gothic, the grimdark tabletop game and universe I am cultivating. I welcome you all to, well, the stream, where feel free to jump in, ask any questions you would like. They can be lore related, they can be conceptualization, they can be the writing process, they can be you know, general business structure. Keep in mind, any questions I say are not, this is a disclaimer, any answers to my questions are potential to change depending on the production process. I am far enough along where certain things are more or less solid to how I want them, but business, especially the questions directly related to, in particular, you know, business structure, like, oh, you're gonna sell box sets, are you gonna sell STL files for people to print their own stuff as well? You know, what's your business side of things gonna look like? Keep in mind that in particular is what is most likely to have a lot of changes over the course of production, especially when I eventually, hopefully, hire on a business manager of some kind who is familiar with the economic side of things that can really give me a good perspective in that regard. So any questions related to pricing and stuff like that, I can only give you like things I want to do from the standpoint I'm at right now, but keep in mind that they are subject to change. That is the only thing I want to baseline. Lore stuff, some of it is definitely potential to change. That's why I'm not going to go into too many specifics. The broad stuff is more or less concrete at this point in the writing process, but smaller, more minute details are subject to change at this juncture anyway. So anyway, let me welcome a few of the other people who jumped in. Welcome, guys. Missed the last stream. What factions and sub-factions? There was no last stream. So I'm not sure what you mean by missed the last stream. What factions and sub-factions are in the game planned? Well, there are 6 overarching factions, and each one, so far, I've been able to derive from each one about 2 armies you can derive from each faction so far. I would basically categorize them as one is an elite army, one is like a more horde-esque army. But keep in mind, I'm also in the infancy stage of writing the game tabletop rules. So there could be more armies I can derive from them, but lore-wise, I've definitely been able to derive, in terms of sub-factions, at least 2 from each of the overarching factions. I don't have concept art for every single faction, but I can certainly go over and show you guys the concept art I've been able to get scrounged together for the factions I've gotten the most amount of work in so far. But if you want me to go over all of the factions, I will I will definitely do that. But first, let's see if there's any smaller scale questions I can jump to first. Sniperinos in the first question and asks, what is the kickoff point of this setting? Kickoff point. That'll depend on what you mean. That is, point at which setting gains its current paradigm, such as a Horus Heresy in 40k. Well, in 40k, the Horus Heresy is actually not the current point in the lore. So by starting point, do you mean where the lore very first begins? Or are you talking about where the lore is the most picked up, as in like the most events occur? Or are you talking like where is like everything set right now? Because the Horus Heresy is not where the 40k setting is set right now. That's just, that happened in the past of 40k. It's the most interesting part of the lore, but it happened then. It's not now in the lore. So your question, I need a little bit of a fine-tuning there. What do you mean? How would you summarize the factions you have? When you say summarize, I know so far I haven't given any straight answers to any of these questions, but that's because I really want to make sure I'm understanding everyone's questions correctly. And I don't want to give you answers that are incorrect or are a tangent to what you actually meant. So I'm trying to make sure, if you guys can, try and be as specific with your questions as I can. That way I can pinpoint answer them. But how would I summarize the factions I have? There's a lot to say there, so that's why I definitely need, if you can you, I guess, give me a more general way of answering that. What mechanically do you want to do to set your game apart from others? Mechanically, I would like the game to, in terms of how the tabletop works, right now I have a lot of weird ideas. Keep in mind, things I don't, if they have been tried, I'm not sure if they've been tried in the same way. But as for the tabletop, certain things are going to be derived from the war games I have played, which is primarily 40k. But it's not copy and paste. Right now, there is going to be a stage when once we finally at least get fill-in minis I can put on a tabletop, I can start doing experiments with certain ideas that might be cool, might be worked, and also might provide a way to easily balance the game in future editions. Greetings, Ball. Welcome to the Q&A. But as I would say, right now, a cool idea I have that's it's kind of similar to the morale phase. It is a little tidbit of lore I'll sneak in here. There's certain factions that have psychic abilities, so it's not really a psychic phase as much as it is a morale manipulation phase. More or less, this is, keep in mind, this is conceptual. This is not practiced. This is not tested. This is some spitballing notes I have on the tabletop ideas. Basically what it is I have the idea that both players are to roll 2d6s. Both roll 2d, or in total 4d6s. And basically whoever has the higher number combined of their 2d6s, they essentially win the psychic duel. If you have a faction that doesn't have, or your army setup has no psychic units, or no units that can be anti-psychic, you're going to only be allowed to roll one of those die, as basically just a general resistance for your army of their own mental fortitude, but without that extra mental protection that you can only roll the one die. So essentially, off the bat, unless the person rolls snake eyes and you roll a 6, you're at a huge disadvantage. But if they roll really well and you roll really bad, they can psychically manipulate or attack the morale of your army's units. Essentially, it's a cool twist on the morale phase. So once that occurs, they depending on how well they rolled, again, I'll probably have like a number bracket, like, oh, if you rolled this well, better than the other person, like if the other person rolled a 1 and only could roll 1 die, and you roll this like 2 6s, you can take that many basic infantry off the table, or you can take like an elite might be worth like 2 of the points more you have, so you can take 1 elite off the table. You know, it's all conceptual, but I think that'd be cool to play around with for ideas. Other ways that the tabletop would function, depending on the army, you can have squad-based movement, or you can have individual movement. Elite armies will have individual movement. for specific units because everyone's basically a badass. But in a horde army, you have little brackets of units that have to move together, or if you can choose to break them off, but if you do, that means you have to roll for each of them individually. It is a bunch of 1,000,001 ideas I have right now. It's all over the place. So that is yet another loaded question. I hope, like, just some of that stuff I threw out just now, though, keep in mind, I definitely need to touch more on tabletop conceptual ideas, but that's just, the example I gave is just one example of things I've jotted down in my notes, and keep in mind, I'm not going to be referencing my notes too closely with this Q&A, mainly because my notes are kind of a jumbled mess. There's 700 pages of them, but it's 700 pages of notes I just jotted down as I've worked. Like, it's very poorly organized. I need to spend like a month or a week or something like that just to organize it at some point. Certain things, though, I've gotten certainly locked down in other documents that I've got like a couple pages here that are properly laid out, lore, and properly laid out like timelines. But in terms of like the core notes, it's 700 pages of this chunky mess. Which I need to refine. I know that full well, but it'll be fun when I get to it. Alright, well, if you don't get a shower, you okay, cat wash, clean yourself quick. What the fuck? You Dragonis, lay off the weed, man. Oh, I gotta really come in for this Q&A. Let's start with a hard one. What is the general plot? What makes this setting grimdark? Okay. How much of this can I say without ruining potential novels? Probably bullet points. I don't know, we're gonna put that question and a pin in it. I'm gonna save that for like, because that's gonna be a spiel, and I want to get to like the smaller questions first. Blue Ronin, the art looks good. Thank you. Speaking of, I'll be going over some concept art when you guys would like to see a couple more of it. I know you guys saw bits and pieces of it here in the announcement video, but we can go over the majority of it, especially when I'm going over certain lore tidbits. It'll be helpful visual aid for me. Greetings, Telkri, welcome. The art looks good. Greetings, Asmo. What's up, Alex? Can we get a unit rundown of what you have until now? No, because I don't have a complete unit rundown. I have some units of which I know is... It depends on also what you mean by unit rundown. Do you mean the specific units each faction has? Because lore-wise, I definitely conceptually have some, but in terms of tabletop, like I told you guys in the announcement video, and I'll repeat here, I'm not far along in terms of the tabletop at all. I got conceptualized ideas for the rules, and I definitely have miniature designs I'm working on, which are in prototype stage at best. I do not have a full unit roster yet. That is something I wanted to do once I fleshed out the lore of most of the factions, at least to a certain benchmark. Once I get that benchmark for all the factions, I can then focus on the unit structure of the tabletop. I already have some conceptual ideas for tabletop units, if you guys want to see a couple of those. But keep in mind, I don't have a full roster whatsoever. I'm surprised you think I have a full I'm flattered that you guys think like one man could do that already, but I don't know how you believe I have a full roster already done. Damn. No, I'm saying the Horus Heresy is the kickoff point in 40k. Not really. Well, it depends. Like, if you're talking about, like, of interest for people in the hobby, definitely it's kickoff point. If you're talking about the lore overarching, I don't think the Horus Heresy is the kickoff point of the whole lore of 40k. In the Grimdark to Noble Bright scale, where would you place Warglaive? I don't know what Noble Bright is off the top of my head. I would say it's a Grimdark for sure. Just to establish the Grimdark essence, because I sense that's a kind of roundabout question. I guess I'll jump into explaining one of the factions real quick. Let's see. Yeah, these guys are... We'll probably start with them. Alright. I guess we'll first start off with these bad boys. Here it on. Actually, I'm going to edit this to leave out the... Alright. So, the first faction I will discuss at a certain length. I don't want to go too in-depthly. But definitely the faction that started off everything. I know if you look at a lot of like my channel art or stuff like that, you might assume that one of the other factions is where I started. Believe it or not, when I started writing the lore for Warglaive Gothic, the first faction I decided to come up with is basically I set myself a set of questions, and how I answer those questions would kind of define like which factions I would work on first. Now, the first misconception about these, and to be fair, this is one of the earlier artwork designs, is that these are like space skaven or space rats. Actually, they're supposed to be hyena. Yes, I don't blame anybody for saying like they're space rats, and the nose is too pointy, and the way I explained to my artist how to do the jaw was incorrect. So yeah, they're supposed to be hyena with matted fur, like they're anthropomorphic hyena monsters. Weren't supposed to. Well, at one point, like a rat-like descriptor was used. So to be fair, that's kind of where the miscommunication probably came off, which is my fault, by the way. It's not my artist's fault. It's when you're playing telephone with an artist who's trying to visualize all this shit, and you don't have the best references in the world. Yeah, unfortunately, yes, things like these are going to happen. But, yes, these are the Rathan. Now, there's two spellings I've been using. I think the final one I'm going to run with is W-R-A-T-H-A-N, as opposed to R-A-T-H-A-N, which is what's in most of the concept art titling. Either way, kind of works. So, the Rathan are okay. Well, that's a double back. So when I came to writing the lore, the first question I asked myself is, who is the boogeyman in this space? What is the thing that most factions would fear to see in orbit above your planet, especially if you didn't have the best defenses around? What would be 100% the most terrifying faction? So when it came to conceptualizing that, I decided to draw on my own personal, like, things that have disturbed me, things that have made me fearful, things that have made me kind of churn my stomach in my own past. Thank you, Nathan, very much for the super generous and super kind super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Is there a cosmic horror faction? Lovecraft, I will not say. That is something that I think I won't touch in quite yet. There's certain aspects of the lore I definitely am going to keep to myself. Like, as in, I haven't even written some of it down. Intentionally, because I don't want it to ever be seen by other people. Mainly because there's, when writing this, I want there to be mysteries. Like, I guess you could say it's the mystery box that I don't want you guys to open until I'm dead. So, there's a couple things that I'm keeping in here that I may have jotted down in a couple paper places, but I'm going to burn those. Because there's secrets of the universe that I want people to speculate about. And I don't want the answer. I'll know the answer, and if possible, I'll take it to my grave. But anyway, so yeah, when it came to the personal things that disturb me, I remember a moment in my childhood when I'd grown up on a farm, by the way. In my childhood, there was a moment where we had there was two occasions that happened. We had a couple of chickens out in the field when I was around like 7 or 8. And while I was out in the field trying to herd them back to the house, to the coop, all of a sudden I heard them like chortling, like, and then I hear what sounded like a really rough snarl, and then pounce. And when I ran over, all I had was a stick, by the way. A stick I just picked up and I was swinging around. I ran over to see what was disturbing the chicken, and it was being killed right there by a coyote, which looked at me as it was like shaking the hell out of the chicken. I know it's disturbing, but that primal canine stare with its teeth bared and blood coming down, I was terrified and I froze ice solid. And when it ran off because it was afraid of me, which I didn't realize. And because I'm pretty sure at that point I heard my family yelling, couldn't remember what. And that got to me. Oh, also, thank you for the super chat, Nightlock. Thank you. Super generous. Hey, man, love what I'm seeing and hope this gets the love it deserves. As a fan, you will be treating this as your baby, and this will be incredibly fun because of this. Never change. Thank you, Nightlock. And yes, this is my baby. I'm very defensive of it at times. One thing I'll admit is a couple of times when some other people I've shown have been like, oh, so it's like this thing in Warhammer, or it's like this thing in 40k. I know logically that they're just trying to make a conclusive connection to what they already know. Like, I already understand that. But, you know, for me, it's like, I've worked so hard to write this in its own pocket, in its own, like, allowing it to grow and cultivate on its own without trying to use the fertilizer of Warhammer. So, like, for me, it's just like, it's a little eye twinge sometimes when that happens. But, you know, I've kind of gotten over that a lot more. I get it. People do it so because they're trying to connect it to what they know. But anyway, from that experience I had as a kid, and another experience I had, which is in our one of our barns, there was a dead rat that got snapped in a trap, and right in front of a hole that we put because we knew they were coming in and out. Snapped shut, killed it, and I ran off to, you know, get some tools to yank open the little rat trap and take out the corpse and deal with it. Thank you so much, Ball, for the super generous super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. All the proceeds, by the way, will go to, well, supporting me, supporting this project. So thank you guys so much. I know this would be fun, nice work. Thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. And again, shout out to the artists behind a lot of the concept art you guys are going to see today. I've been good for his business, and he's been good to help me with mine. So I appreciate him. His name is Pyrrhus of Epirus. Again, if you guys have gone to the description of the Warglaive Gothic announcement video, I've shared all his socials there. I probably should have shared them here, but yeah, big support to him, and thank you again, Ball. Thank you very much. I'm trying to wrap up the story though, so I can get to the questions and get to the whole spiel. So yeah, I ran off, came back, and just as I came back, 3 rats shunked into the hole as I entered the door, and they had cannibalized the dead rat that had been snapped in the trap, and that made me puke, because it just I was like, huh. It's just that uncaring primal bestial, just I will eat you because you're dead. So what does it matter? You're food now. And that just really fucked me over, because that rat came out of the same hole as those other ones, and they didn't even I was gone maybe a minute, and they didn't even wait. They just immediately started tearing at his ass. All that was left when I came in, after those 3 rats zoomed back into the hole, was the head. They had eaten their fellow rat to the point where there was only a head. So those 2 experiences combined, not to mention, I've seen pictures of hyenas and watched videos of them kill and hunt, which for some reason, despite the fact that it was a coyote that killed the chicken, I don't know, something about hyenas makes me more antsy about that stuff. So, yeah, so when it came to those 2 experiences and my weird misgivings about hyenas, that's what led to the conceptual visual design of the Rathan, who, again, I know look more rat-like. That's my fault, my own poor wording to my artist. This is one of the earlier concepts. They are supposed to be anthropomorphic hyena ravage monster hunters. On average, they're about 7 foot, 7'5", 7'3". They are ravenous monsters throughout the universe. They're scavengers and raiders by trade. They don't have a hierarchical structure. They don't have a known homeworld of which they come from. They traverse the stars in giant, scrapped together ships that they've put together through vessels that they've attacked and torn apart and just stretched together, and somehow their own inherent mechanical knowledge, they are successfully able to get this shit to work. It's not, they are technically savvy in a weird way. It's just a junker kind of way. If it works, they're fine with it. Doesn't need to be pretty. So what's most terrifying, and I think what helps sell the grimdark aspect with the Wrath and what makes them such a terrifying force, is they are basically the concept with them is they are as bestial and monstrous as it gets. And the scariest part about them, I'll just jump right to this one tidbit, and because I know there's a lot of people asking questions, and I feel really bad I'm not answering them all. And I just, again, it's so many loaded questions too. What makes them most terrifying is the Rathan are... They can breed with any other species, and they survive based off of a horde tactic. They are numbers over brawn. So to increase their numbers, they don't just breed with their own females. They actually breed quite profusely with other species. And it doesn't matter genetically if you're different from them, because the biology of their parasitical stuff is like I said, it's like a parasite. They inject it into you. If they inject what they got, again, I feel awkward like writing this stuff. Like, I write this stuff so bluntly, like you have no idea how blunt my notes are. But I also don't know what YouTube is gonna knock me for. So their spunk is like a parasite. And when they capture slaves, they go after females in particular because they breed them. And you aren't just if you're for example, if a basic human, they breed with you, you're not having just one of those little monsters. You're having about 3 or 4. And they will rip out of you if you can't give birth to them the right way. And even if you do, they will eat you. Because as soon as they're out of the womb, they don't feed on breast milk. They will eat you. They're meat eaters from the get-go. And they grow extremely fast. The females of the Rathan grow much faster. Once they're born, they are full grown within 3 days, while the males take a whole week. But keep in mind, that's from like this big, give or take, to 7'5". For the females, 8 foot. The females of the Rathan are much bigger, much brawnier. So, yeah, that's probably the most terrifying aspect about the Rathan is not only are they cannibals and not only are they carnivores, they also are carnivorous in the sense of they scrap other people's shit together. So if you're in space and if you're like a one-man crew of like a freighter, if they'll attack you, kill you, eat you, rip you to shreds. And by the way, they don't just rape females, it's also males. They don't care. And that's amongst their own species as well. I'm really trying to sell you this image, because I could go through their like really in-depth lore, but I'm trying to give you like the aspect about them that's most terrifying. So they attack everything and anything that they feel like they even have the slightest advantage over. And that includes planets, colonies, large craft. And once they attack, they are attacking in hordes. They are ripping you to shreds. I think the most terrifying story is one that I kind of workshopped with a writer at the time that I did have working with me. I unfortunately had to separate from him, partly due to his inexperience, partly also due to I think he wasn't quite understanding what I was explaining to him about the core rules of the universe, and I didn't want to fall down that hole of two ideas getting crossed, especially early on in writing. But one story we were able to write together that I think really worked out, and why I would like to hire him down the road again once I believe he's got more experience. But one terrifying story about the Rathan is there was a planet that they attacked. I'm giving you the baseline of the story. I don't want to go in like full tell you the whole story. That would defeat the purpose of you guys picking up the book. Hopefully it'll eventually be in. But the baseline version of the story is that they attacked a colony planet that had minimal defenses. Their battle strategy is their giant raid barges are basically a ship that fits about 100,000 to... the smaller ones can be 100,000 Rathan, the bigger ones can be up to 1 million of them. And this ship is just this monstrous behemoth of scrap. And they don't just, like, drop pods down on a planet. They will land the whole fucking craft, crash land it, and will rebuild it on the planet once they're done raiding well, I was about to say whoring, but technically that's true. Here. wants to just they rave and reap and tear and bring a world to asunder. They will crash land the fucker on one of the clans of their species. They actually have their barge is a drill. They go subdermal into the ground. Thank you so much, Nathan, for the super chat. Thank you. So what you're saying is Kibbs needs to watch out. Yeah, because they actually could try and So they crash land on this planet and went underground. They attacked the nearby human colony several times, but the defenses were pretty solid, and they attacked in hordes of 100,000+ and lost maybe 1,000 at most. Unfortunately, how intelligent are they? It depends. The thing is to note about Rathan is they never stop growing. So the older ones are like 9 feet tall, 10 feet tall, big, burly. They also get smarter. Now, even their smartest clan leaders, their war bosses, yes, that is a term I'm using in this universe. They have war bosses. Their clan war bosses are typically fairly intelligent, but even amongst them, there's some discrepancy. The longer they live, the more basic stuff that they pick up. In the case of, actually, I'll pull them up as a good example. The best example, if anything. This is War Boss Rith of Clan Rith. His name is Rith. His clan is named after him, and his color choice is all his. In his particular clan, he is well over 400 years old. He is probably one of the oldest war bosses, and he is the most intelligent. Right there on his neck, it's hard to see. It's a little device he's invented himself. He's intelligent enough to have done this, which allows him to. They speak in a guttural language that's really like clicking of the teeth and like growling and snarling. You know, like, to us, it would sound like, you know, like raspy, growly, like that kind of speech. But he's invented a device that actually translates these guttural, monstrous, inhuman noises into an actual, like, it's basically a voice box. And it speaks in whatever language he sets it to. For example, if he's speaking to one of the Terran Republic's humans, he'll switch it to that language, which is they don't speak they speak a kind of cross between English and a little bit of it's kind of a mix of a couple languages. It's a little bit of a mix of English, a little bit of German, and a little bit of Japanese. Weirdly enough. I won't go down that path. It's a bit of a headache, and I've tried that one. The language stuff is a particularly headache, but just for the sake of it, you know, he'd just say it's English. He'll switch it to that language, and he'll do that because he likes to intimidate. He likes to converse with humans. The reason for that is because his clan in particular, their favorite trade, their favorite currency, is, well, slaves. Each clan kind of has a specific thing they like to go after in terms of loot, in terms of what they want out of certain slaves. If you're more desperate for breeding stock, if you're more, so, you know, pick up more females from a certain species. If you're more desperate for meat, you'll pick up the males, you know, feed them up as a platter to your whole clan, and they'll feast for hours. And if they're still hungry, they'll kill and eat each other. But in his particular case, he likes slaves. And in his time of being alive, Rith has actually grown to this point where he enjoys intimidating, but his favorite thing that he likes to absorb from slaves is their experiences. He basically, the worst that they've experienced, the best that they've experienced, he likes stories. Now, the reason he likes those is he's not even sure. He just likes the information. He likes to hear the experiences of others. Now, this isn't him trying to relate to these slaves. He doesn't like his slaves. He doesn't think of them as living beings. Well, he understands that they're living, but he doesn't understand they're equal. He doesn't see them on his level at all. This is a property. I'm just getting what I want most out of my property, which is its stories. I like the stories. And this is everything from, oh, you know, this is the time I took my dog to the park, to this is a time I was savagely raped. Like, he loves it all because all these experiences are a way he can, he just loves the knowledge. And he remembers virtually every story, as long as it's not too repetitive of other ones. And once he's done absorbing, essentially, the stories and stuff he hears from humans, he likes to intimidate them. He likes to do what he wants to do, if it's depending, and then he'll eat them. Book. It's basically like, oh, finish the book. That's it. That's his kind of fucked up way of looking at things. But that's just like one example. But he's super intelligent to the point where he actually manipulates other clans and their war bosses. There's so many stories already got more or less jotted down. Just need to actually do it in a literary sense with this particular war boss. I love him to death, but I'm biased. But yeah, to wrap up a little bit more description of the Rathan, kind of overarching. They are a savage, monstrous race that is impossible so far to deal with because they breed worse than jackrabbits. They're not in any kind of conclusive part of space. They travel literally everywhere, and their small fleets of raid barges are hard to find. They don't travel in any kind of specific direction. They don't have a destination really. They just go wherever they want to go, and if they find a world that's easy pickings, or even if it's not easy pickings, they'll crash land, they'll raid it. Even if they get pushed off, they'll keep coming back and back and back and back and back. They don't stop. They don't stop until the world is ravaged, or most of them are or to the point where they're so wiped out, they have the bare minimum number to rebuild their ship and escape. That's the only reason they would retreat. That, and they are very dirty tactics as well. So there's a lot of questions that have been going on, so I'm trying not to miss too many. Well, let's see the concept art. Okay, good. Yeah, so I don't want to scroll all the way back up in the chat, so if you guys had a question to ask before, feel free to ask it again. I'll scroll up a little bit. VLX, welcome. If there is some great Hellgast. Wait, is that your first comment? No. What's your first one? I would think Reapers from Mass Effect to answer that question. Otherwise, anything really if you're defenseless anyway. I'm not sure what that's in relation to. My apologies. Yeah, if there is some great Hellgas-like minis, I'll be totally on board. Killzone had great vehicle designs too for them. So far, when it comes to vehicles and stuff like that, that's probably where I've done the least amount of conceptual work. Some, especially I guess it does also depend if we're talking mechs. I've been a lot of work in conceptualizing mechs, but not so much like trucks, tanks, transports. Right now, that's probably where I'm weakest in like lore fluff. Definitely gotta work on that. Hold on, I need a sip. Okay, I'm gonna zip to the bottom. I apologize if there was a question you asked before. I really don't want to miss anybody, but there's just so much information, and I know you guys have a lot of burning questions, so I apologize in advance if I don't get to everybody's. I am happy with the turnout, though. Thank you all so much for showing up and asking your questions, and feel free to repeat your question several times, just not in a row. But you know, if you feel like I totally missed it, please feel free to repeat the question. I'd recommend Packmasters to avoid GW Inquisition. Packmasters? Well, they don't own the term war boss, and in fact, I'm pretty sure there's quite a few historical uses of war boss. I also have it written in most of my notes, and I think it's a perfectly fair use term to use. How would you copyright that? That would definitely, I would think, be more open use with that, because it's just two normal words stitched together. It's not unique enough to be copywritten, I don't think. I'll look into it, but war boss is what I have written in all my notes.
Resources acquired.
Thank you, Arctic. Thank you very much. Appreciated. Thank you. It's nice to see Asmo explain his ideas and just having his big smile of joy. It's evidence of his passion. I don't you guys have no idea how much love I put into this. I really do want to impress upon you guys that I really do. This is a passion of love I've been working on for over a year. The lore is such a great outlet for a lot of the stuff I work on, and for me, I don't think I love anything in terms of projects I'm working on as much as I love this. As gone, what factions are the assault troopers in the background? Also, how are regiments raised? What factions are the assault troopers? Assault troopers? Do you mean, these guys? Hold on. So that would be Sovereignty. This is the main faction I probably have the most lore of. Are you guys... Do you guys want to hear the spiel of humans in this universe? Because that'll take a minute, and I'm just saying, if you guys want to hear that full spiel, that'll be a hot minute. These guys, right? You're talking these guys, right? Why not? Go on, I'm very interested. Okay, yes. Alright, humans. This is gonna be a chunk of a spiel. I apologize in advance. This will be a hot minute. Okay. So the humans in this universe, this whole universe takes place in a galaxy not in the Milky Way. This is a completely different galaxy from our own. Yeah, waifu. Yeah. This is Melina. I've been working... Her book is probably going to be one of the earliest ones. I'm not going to lie. I'm burning to write up her whole story. But I'll get to her and her faction and what she is. I will say this just to keep your peak interest when we get to that. You'll notice how I told you guys these guys are 7'5", and even though she's on a mound of bodies, if you would have put that side by side, she's roughly the same height. That's because she is. That's not a misproportion kind of thing. That's intentional. She's tall. She's I'll get to it. So with humans in this universe, one of the biggest like lore bits I'm gonna keep in here, and I've written it down nowhere. I did kind of write it down on my hand one time when the idea came, and I wrote it down several times. And I know you're like, oh well, if you wrote it on a hand, I wrote really small. I wrote the gist of it, but the full-blown like lore of why humans are in this galaxy and not in the Milky Way, I have that whole thing in here, and I will never write it down. I will let you guys stew on that for eternity, and I'll be in the grave, and I will die with that information. So, just saying that right now. That's one of the mysteries I intend to leave in, and I know the answer, and I cannot wait to see theories on it. It'd be so I really am eager to see theories. I'll be shocked if someone gets it though. Well, I won't be shocked if someone gets like the general idea, but if someone gets a specific idea or specific thought, I'll be surprised. So earliest lore for humans anyway in the galaxy, in this particular galaxy, the whole galaxy's name, I got 3 I'm working on. I got 3 names I've workshopped. I'm trying to narrow it down out of the 3 because I like them all equally. One of them like makes the most sense for like we named our Milky Way galaxy. Why would you name this galaxy something evil and dark just because there's evil and dark stuff in it? So, you know, there's like a more scientific kind of name. There's the grimdark styling kind of name. There's also like internal faction religion name for the galaxy. So I'm kind of debating out of the 3. Could actually do a mixture of all 3, to be honest. But anyway, humans in their earliest point into this galaxy came. This is the earliest they do know about their own lore. is that they came on what is referred to in each of their societies as the three spears of humanity. The three spears, as they're described, are these massive, gigantic craft, of which in some of their more religious aspects of how they talk about all of it, they speak of it as this tome of sleep, a ever more moving, slowly barge of the restful, to be born again on a new world, and to bring about great civilization and construction. These three spears essentially are ark ships, full of people in cryostasis. Now, each of the ships was together when they entered the galaxy, and on its far reaches. And as they traveled fairly, in terms of luck. This is the most amount of luck humanity's had in this galaxy. In terms of travel, they avoided getting in contact with any of the existing races that survive and live and cultivate in this galaxy. At one point, it's not known. I know. But it's not known amongst these factions why this occurred. But at some point, the three human spears completely split off in three different directions. One was heading more toward the core worlds of the galaxy. One was heading off to the opposite edge of this galaxy's space. Another went off in the other direction. Whatever the purpose was, all three craft separated and completely divided themselves. And that's where the three human factions come in, who are completely disconnected from one another. Humanity is not one unified force or unified faction in Warglaive Gothic. The first human faction, we'll discuss since I got the concept art for it, is the Sovereignty. The Sovereignty landed on a planet they would come to call Mordred. It wasn't called that initially. It was called something a little bit more hopeful, but it eventually got named to Mordred. You kind of get why. So the Sovereignty or the humanity that would become what the Sovereignty are, crash landed. They're one of the few that described their arrival on their planet as crash landing. They crash landed their spear upon the planet of Mordred. Now, the most unique part about this planet that they initially realized is that the planet is completely surrounded in a black shroud. Basically, it's a thick, very thick black cloud. It's not got any toxins, nothing like dangerous in the cloud. It's just got this weird dark coloring, and no sunlight breaches through it. So there's no thick vegetation on the planet. What of there is there's really odd plants, more fungal related. Some are kind of more similar to what we would call a tree, but they don't got leaves. They got other things on them. This planet's got a lot of creepy ass things that live on its surface, including creatures, monsters, different, fauna, both above and below ground. Now to say that there's no sunlight that hits the planet. There isn't, by the way. Also, by the way, we welcome Levi, Perez, sup, welcome. Just doing the spiel about humanity right now, specifically the Sovereignty faction. So, when this planet, though has no sunlight, it does have a crystalline structure, kind of that grow out of the ground. These large, I can't remember if it's stalactites or stalactites that grow from the ceiling or from the ground. But these large crystal structures that grow out of the ground, that glow this bright color. Some glow different shades, some glow like red, some have a more pinkish hue, some have purple. But they have these glowing lights, and there's some giant ones that light up entire, the equivalent like a city worth of like light. Some are smaller, more the size like a lamp post over stuff. But once the humans landed, they realized they couldn't fix the ship. The spear, if you will, and so they were all automatically woken up by the automated system, and they began constructing their new society on this planet. Now, this is where their history gets a little muddled. Again, I know all the intricate details. I've written them all out. This part I have written all out on paper. But what of their muddled history they've been able to derive from this time? At first, they were having great success. The society was building concisely and directly. They were having minimal problems. The planet, though dark and they are biologically designed for sunlight, the crystalline structures the light that seemed to produce seemed to make up for it almost. They did begin to grow paler, and some people initially got sick just from the lack of sunlight, but more or less they had found ways to acclimate to this new environment, though it took quite a bit of struggle to do so. Now, as they were building their society, they got maybe like one main city finished, and a couple of other small towns were starting to be expanded upon. And it's at this point they encountered a local species of creature, which was basically a gigantic leech. Blood-sucking leech. The size of anacondas, or python. Like, big. Like, could wrap around you 3 times over and suck out all the blood in your body in maybe a minute. It was a local pest that was causing a lot of problems. And so they found ways to kind of ward them off with certain like sonic devices that they had developed and to keep everything away. But they noted that those creatures were a fairly significant pest at one point and had killed a good number of people. So after, but you know, they just noted it in their like logs and everything and continued building their society. Now, what occurred at this point, which they do have probably the most tangible journals and diary entries about, is at some point people began to get sick. Extremely, extremely sick. Very. And at first they thought, oh, maybe it's like a weird flu. Maybe we came across a specific kind of plant that produces a certain kind of pollen. So once they sent out research teams to try and ascertain what exactly was the source of this growing epidemic that they were having, because it wasn't just 1 person, 2 people, 3 people, or even 100. Out of their population that had come off the ship, they only had about 1 million people, and they had already lost 100,000 within the first month. So they were freaking out. So not only did they have everybody retreat back to the main city, though of course everybody went through a quarantine process, made sure that they were all fairly healthy if they could enter the city. If they weren't, they were asked to stay out in base campsites set out just outside the city, and hazmat teams were set up. They were doing everything that they could to mitigate the sickness while the research teams were trying to ascertain the source of the disease. As they were looking around, they discovered a black rose kind of flower. It wasn't the flower pelts weren't like made out of like what we would call a leaf. They were more made out of this flaky, you would describe it more as almost a mineral. It bent in twists, and you could even tear it like a leaf, but it was certainly not, it was not that substance. It was a mineral. And there was this black rose that was kind of growing out of the ground. They were blooming. And after they brought a couple in, did some research, they realized that these were the source of what was going on, and that they released a certain kind of pheromone and a mixture of what we would call a pollen, but it's kind of a weird. Not having my notes open, I had a specific term for it, but I'll just say here for the sake of it. Basically, alien pollen. And this particular substance, once breathed in, once made contact with the skin, it didn't matter. Any kind of contact with it whatsoever resulted in this grave, deep illness. And these flowers were blooming. There were hundreds of thousands of them popping out of the ground. And at some point, no one knows when, they started popping out of the ground in their cities. They had no idea. No one. These weren't like, you didn't need to seed these. These were grown. This was a naturally occurring event. Even as they studied local creatures, the way they responded to these roses was entirely fine. They weren't really affected by these roses that were growing out of the ground. And even as they tried to destroy them, they tried to burn them, but being made of a mineral, they didn't really burn very well. They tried to detonate explosives. They tried to send some dermal scanners and devices and drones to try and find out where these things were to try and mitigate the disaster that was growing. But it was just getting worse. And their population, by their earliest metrics, they were losing over 300,000 people out of their initial million. Which means their core population was being hewed. It was being harvested by these plants. And the local creatures were fine. Every single local creature, from the canine-like monsters that they had encountered, to the larger creatures, even to the smaller marsupials, nothing else was being affected like they were. This pheromone felt, to some, like a religious rite. Like they were all being punished by some unknown god. And they were dying en masse. So out of desperation, they turned from technical solutions like destroying the source, finding ways to maybe clear out an area just so people could stay away from the pheromones and from these pollinated areas. They did their absolute best with their technical stuff, but none of it was working. So then they backed off to the biological. The people of what would become the sovereignty quickly began looking into ways to perhaps take the creature's resistance on the planet and give it to themselves. Perhaps there's some kind of eugenics, or the eugenics is kind of the wrong word, but some kind of biological transfer that can occur between us and the creatures we were encountering. Unfortunately, every creature they initially attempted was biologically too different from them. There was no ape-like creatures on this planet, no primates, nothing with similar DNA to our own, except when they tested it off chance, the giant leeches. For some odd reason, their DNA compilation, their DNA code had a similarity to ours that just made it so the potential to cross the two biological codes was there. Slim, but possible. So the scientists and researchers, given no other options, out of sheer desperation, began experimenting in every way, shape, or form, openly, with people volunteering, because hundreds of people were dying almost weekly at points. It was just getting worse and worse, and no kind of quarantine was really being effective at this point. So with all this desperation occurring, and these scientists openly experiment. By the way, super big thank you to Maris Kitten for the super chat, man. Thank you. Holy fuck. Thank you so very much, Nathan, for the Oh my god. You're gonna give me a heart attack. Okay. Oh, I gotta breathe. Because actually okay. Woo, I need a second. Woo, okay. Thank you. That was awesome. It's amazing to have seen the progress you've made all these months for Warglaive. To see the passion is truly admirable. Keep it at it, man. It's apparent from the turnout that a lot of people believe in you and your vision. Yes, and again, thank you guys so much. I want to cry, but at the same time, I really, I really want to stay on track. Oh, fuck. Okay, I love you so much, Nathan. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. Thank you. I truly appreciate it. You have no idea. You really don't. Okay, fuck, where was I? Hold on, give me a minute. I got derailed. Yes, so the scientists quickly began doing human experimentation. And initially, they had quite a few failures. So many people were just not working compatibly with the DNA. But after, unfortunately, hundreds dying outside from the disease and hundreds dying in the labs from the experimentations, they finally had their very first success with a young child. The only child they had tested at that point. A young girl who they had tested the DNA sequencing and resequencing and manipulation on. So after some tweaking of the DNA as well, they realized finally that they had a tangible process that could possibly work. So with this girl having successfully had her DNA crossed with the leeches, She seemed normal at first, though there were some physical changes that were definitely occurring initially. They thought, okay, maybe it'll be some minor stuff. Maybe her skin will like turn to the same like hue as these pale leeches, or maybe she might have a hankering for more raw protein. Who knows? But it's better than the alternative. So they quickly took the process that they did to her and they began duplicating it in slightly varied ways for every person that they possibly could. First, they focused on people who, in their society logically would have more value, people who were business savvy, construction workers, laborers, other scientists, and they were having quite a solid success streak. But by the time that they finally were able to get the essential cure out to the primary set of people there, their population had already dropped another 400,000. So on top of the 300,000 to the 400,000, their population went from being a solid 1 million to, well, I almost lost track of my math, plus there's thunder outside, yay. Actually, that's fitting! Ah! Talking about the grim dark. Sorry. I was stroking my bit. Oh, fuck. Alright. So, after the leftover population, thank you, person who did math for me. So after the initial population that was left, basically all of them stopped being affected by this pheromone, this pollution that was being produced by these roses. They began to notice the physical changes went from being what felt like was going to be minor at first to a lot more extreme. Now, in the worst cases, some people straight up looked like monsters. Their faces like drooped and their skin became stretchy and malleable. Their teeth popped out and they had rotating fangs, and their eyes kind of like dulled into this super sunken look. And to those people, even their minds at some point began to completely go. They were turning into these feral creatures. So they were sent off, basically, into the wild. Nobody wanted to kill more of their own, but they also didn't want these guys to start killing us. So they sent those who didn't acclimate to the DNA transfer well out, and most died. But though to the rest of their population, there were still changes, just not as aggressive. A lot of them similarly noticed that their teeth began to sharpen and elongate. Their tongues also got longer and sharper. They started to birthmarks and small like blemishes on their skin turned pale white, with the rest of their skin completely smoothing over into the same kind of smooth rubbery texture, as silky rubbery texture as the leeches seem to have on their skin. Their hair, a lot of their hair turned either super black or super white. Some even had like a translucent hair. Everybody began to turn super pale. And certain foods, though they could still eat and digest fruits and vegetables that they had cultivated in their hydroponics bays, and though they had normal food that they had taken from their spear that they had arrived on, it just, the hunger wasn't satiating. They were thirsty, famished all the time, and they slowly began realizing, the leeches like blood. Is that by chance what we're hungering for? So they hunted some local creatures, killed them, drained their blood, and after consuming it, they realized, yes, that is exactly what is going on. So, yeah, someone said it in the chat earlier. They were essentially space vampires. It's blunt, but it's pretty much pinpoint accurate, yeah. And at first, people were kind of horrified by this. Once all these physical changes had occurred, there was two camps initially amongst the pre-sovereignty society. There was the camp that thought of themselves as not even human anymore. They were monsters. That their DNA and their essence had been perverted and turned into just this sham of what they once were, and that they were lesser than what they were. And quite a bit of the population agreed with that. But the other camp, which was a small camp at the time, mainly consisting of only a couple of like the upper echelons of their society that were still alive, said, no, this isn't a curse. This isn't a punishment. This isn't a bad thing. And they started like spreading that idea to the populace. Like, look at what we've become. Look at how we've changed. Look at how we've gotten stronger. Look at us. We, look at, yes, the negatives. Look at our pale skin, our rubbery hue. Look at our eye color change, because their eyes also turned into a bright orange. I know hers are red. Don't worry, there is an explanation for that. Most of them had bright orange eyes, though. Look at what we've become. But why do you see it as a curse? Why do you see it as this negative? We are evolved. We are superior. Look at how weak and pathetic we were. Despite all our technological advancements, we were being killed by flowers. But look at us now. We have a primal advantage here that we never had before. Our visual acuity is tripled. Our instincts heightened. Our hearing, all our core senses heightened. We are better. We are superior to what the sham was what we were. So, given the choice between feeling like shit and be like, oh, look how monstrous we are, or looking at it through the positive light, people chose, fuck it. Let's look at this as a good thing. So they began to kind of see themselves as evolved from humanity as a species, to the point where they even renamed their species to the Crypta. I have my reasons for this name, but yes, one of the reasons I wanted a name like that to work is crypt, vampires, Halloween. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna admit this a little bit. At one point when I was writing this, by the way, this is actually by chance because I didn't like look for this, but when I was listening to music on YouTube when I was writing up some stories, I was listening to Powerwolf, and then for some reason on the YouTube's autoplay, the song for The Nightmare Before Christmas came on. Those who know that, God, this dates me. Tender lumplings everywhere. Sorry. That kind of came on at one point, so the Halloween vibe at one point in my notes is a little stronger than it should be. Not gonna lie. It was hilarious, though. Because the thing is, I didn't even realize, like, the song was basically over when I was like, that was playing. But yeah, so the Crypta, the new Crypta species, essentially, after their society had gone through all the trauma that it had, and they had a new philosophy that they walked away with all the issues with, they quickly began building up a society. Over time, it kind of had a couple different forms, just kind of skimming through like the more boring in-between bits, and plus a little bit of their history is kind of muddled at this point. I just noticed my webcam is kind of focusing in and out. Focus, damn you. So after a little while, their society began to kind of form a monarch style running, because they tried a more diplomatic setup, like with like representatives and senate, but they found that wasn't very well organized. There was too many conflicting ideas with where to go with their with their society, and they all felt like they lacked an overarching vision for where to go. So after a while, a person began noting themselves in their history. This person was known as early on as fuck, do I have to look at my notes? I don't want to. I'm trying to remember. I had a specific like nickname for her. Fuck. I don't want to look at my notes. Plus it'll probably take me a while to find them in my notes anyway. So she had a nickname at one point amongst the populace. as she was kind of growing in popularity, she was very much repeating the same sense that, hey, we should be proud, we're evolved. But she also had a concise vision for where their society was to go. She said, once we traversed the stars and once our society was so powerful and strong, we could conquer and terraform entire planets to how we saw fit. Why should we leave ourselves trapped on this planet when there's so much more we can be? We should work towards going to the stars. She also had the dream of on their planet. Well, until we get to the stars, what do we do here? She said, "Oh, we continue to expand across the planet. We learn and continue to evolve ourselves the best we can." She was very much a big preacher of eugenics, speaking about how our genetic purity needed to be maintained. Well, I say our. At this point, they're different species. The cryptids' purity needed to be maintained. They needed to continue to be superior. So she was a very big fan of eugenics. She was also a big proponent of which I think that's the right word, because I know opponent is to oppose something and a proponent is to be pro for it. It's kind of in the name. She was also a big proponent of, instead of focusing on technological, like electrical, like systems and machines and drones and automated systems, she felt that their society had quite a few of those things already. That they should, again, also not just be satisfied with where their genetics had evolved to, they should also do their best to perfect it. But also when it came to the ever-growing problem of sources of blood, hunting local creatures as their population began to grow stopped being effective, unfortunately. So because their population was bloating, now that they weren't being killed by a plant, and physically they were able to, basically they could tussle with creatures they would have to shoot with like a sniper rifle from far off to avoid getting killed by it. Now they could physically wrestle with the creature, break its neck with one hand, and drain its blood, and then toss it aside like a rag doll. So they also kind of, as they were expanding, had very few threats, very few things that they had to be cautious of. And given their population that was down, once they were down to 300,000 people and they were cured of their issue, they began copulating. And over the course of years, their population, like I said, bloated. So, with sources of blood being low and desperate for more sources, she also presented an idea that she didn't flesh out fully until she was in the proverbial office, if you will. The idea was, she just said that she had a solution to the blood problem, and she gave like very blunt, very broad ways of describing it, never giving too much description. And after time, again, with the representative idea not working due to the huge conflicting visions and ideas of where to go, she eventually won the voice of the people to the point where she even walked into the Senate building, if you will, the building where the representatives all met to speak on behalf of their people. She walked in, told them all to get the fuck out or die, as her mob of supporters were there, and she took over. Effectively, at that point, she became the Empress of what she then officially named the Sovereignty. This is at the point where the actual sovereignty really was birthed. And from there, she quickly established a lot of laws, a lot of restrictions, a monarchist system. She liked the representatives to a degree being a thing. So instead of being them labeled representatives, she decided to point and select people she thought would best advise her. So instead of picking just what the most popular people amongst the people, the civilians, she actually handpicked people like the most wealthy merchants at the time. She picked the most intelligent people, the highest tier scientists. She picked the most effective security force guys who were basically their military at the time. Everybody she thought was the best of their individual fields, she elevated her personally and labeled them as her noble council, who would advise her. She was still the boss, but they were basically like, hey, just so you know, this is how this works. Don't kill me. Loving it thus far? Yeah, the thing is, I'm skipping over some stuff, too. I'm giving you guys... This is the broad... You have no fucking clue how much of this shit I have written. Okay, 700 pages. Not just on sovereignty, but that's 700 pages of lore. Most of it's bullet fucking points. Oh... Fuck. Oh, God. Hold on. Throat's a little dry. I don't have water. Fuck. Well, let me read a little bit of the chat. Take some breath for a second here. I have no idea what this is. Okay. What kind of weapons do they possess? In the modern lore or back then? Will you accept fanfic this? I'm getting the hankering to write in this setting. Yeah, I'd be fine with fanfic, as long as you make sure it's fanfic. I love fanfic, actually. I get Broken Lord vibes from the Endless Legend. I don't know what that is, but I'll take your word for it. Getting some Magic the Gathering Dust Rose vibes, basically Vampire Conquistadors. I hope it's not basically that. I would prefer it be a bit more original. As no fangirling as Grimdark. Yeah, kinda. We go through the chat comments after the stream is done to write down questions for FAQ. I will look them over best I can. I will definitely look for the most reoccurring questions and probably write up an FAQ. Yeah. I would like the notes. What do you mean specifically with that? Give book. We need those books now. I'm writing them. 700 pages? Jesus. Yeah, things I'm not even done. That's just what I got so far. Jesus is a hell of a lore. Thank you. This is still the bullet points. Asmo approves of fanfic. I do. As long as you don't try and claim that they're canon and they're official, have at it. I am curious to see what crazy ideas people have. Helsing waifu figurines, and this particular unit of the artwork you guys see right now is intended to be the equivalent of an HQ or a higher elite unit on the tabletop. So, in essence, yes. Prepare Rule 34 ahead of time. Not gonna lie, I'm totally okay with that. I'm interested to see what the Wrath in Rule 34 looks like. That's gonna be terrifying. Is there going to be an XP mechanic for long campaigns and such? Not for the war game. I do know that someone brought up, I know this is like separate point. I know that when it comes to like the other aspect, people were asking like there could be like a D&D-esque tabletop RPG, pen and paper RPG kind of thing. That I would love to set up as well, because I'm a huge fan of D&D. So to set up a D&D style set of campaigns for this universe, I'd love to do that. That would be so much fun. Remember, people, there is a Q&A section in Discord. Yes, as well. There is a Q&A section in the Discords for questions about the Grimdark as well. For any questions that you have burning that I might miss here, I'll do my best to answer over there. What crazy people think. It's a great concept of gaining vampiric-like abilities and coping with that. The idea of giving in to your hunger and embracing your new nature or fighting to keep
resources acquired.
Okay, cool. So get crazy. Yeah. My God. I knew! Thunder and lightning. It's like, hurry up! I got it! Anyway. Alright, back on track. So continue with the main bullet points. Okay, so after a long period of time, the crypta began noticing that a lot of them who had been alive during the plague days weren't aging very much. They were aging a little. They could definitely tell that, but it was like not like it was minimal by comparison. You're not in the Discord. I can share. Hold on, I gotta open the Discord now. I can open up the Discord for you guys, and well, I can share a link to the Discord. Prior warning: we will need to confirm your age. We have an 18+ section in the Discord. It's okay if you're under 18. We'll just have to put a minor tag on you guys, so you don't go to the not safe for work section. But I will share a link. Hold on. Whatever. Alright, so cool. There. Share the link. Not safe for work. Those are the best places to go. Well, again, if you're 18 plus, you're perfectly okay to go down there. If you're not, no. Alright, so in terms of where it was, so the sovereignty given their, Steve laughed. Yeah, the sovereignty given their circumstance, and with her with their new empress of the sovereignty in place, them noticing we're not aging very much. It's at this point, by the way, it'd been in about 80 years since, from when the peak of the epidemic occurred to at this point in the lore, it had been about 80 years. That's the time separation between the two. So their new empress being put into office, essentially, them noticing not aging, they quickly, had the head scientists and people in the intellectual upper hemisphere get to kind of figuring out like exactly to what extent of the effects are of this evolution. In 80 years, they had studied it, but they hadn't found too many samples of like what exactly they could figure out. So and they also didn't know exactly what they were looking for. They were just keeping an eye on this evolutionary state. They didn't know that certain people it didn't work well with. Their research over the 80 years had results. It was just minor stuff. But after them all noticing, hey, we're kind of, I was alive then. I was like 20. I should be 100. I feel like I'm 30. So after looking into it, they discovered that their cell degradation through their cell division, because as you all know, like your cells are constantly dividing, and that's basically how you age, is eventually at some point your cells start to degrade. Like the division process fucks up, and that actually is what causes cancer. Yes, I've looked into a lot of shit for this lore, let me tell you. But that aside, after looking into their cell degradation and their cell division, they noticed that the reason their skin was so rubbery was because basically the cell breakage in their skin cells was kind of minor. Like the cells barely divided because they were so tightly knitted like a fabric. So it also explained why their skin was so thick and could take such abuse, like being clawed at by creatures and the such. So after realizing their outer epidermal layer was not aging very deeply, they also noticed that when it came to their intake of oxygen, they also weren't the internal effects of like your internal body's cell division being fucked up and the essential decay rate that humans are supposed to go at not only divided, but it seemed to be a decimation of what it once was. They were aging extremely slowly. And it's not like time would slow down. They were still breathing in the same amount of oxygen. They were still moving around at the same rate. But somehow they were not seeming to age very fast. So they, after doing some more looking into it, they determined that though they were still aging, the process was extremely slow. For every crypta, the predicted lifespan, as long as they got the necessary amount of nutrition that their bodies required, which includes blood, for their digestive system to consume other foods. So basically, they got to wash down other food with blood to live. they quickly came up with the speculation that a average crypta citizen, without further genetic manipulation, could live up to 400, maybe 500 years, give or take. And that was obviously optimal, though. Like, if you were constantly well fed, if you were, if you didn't get sick from some other means, you were totally set for a 500-year journey. That was a prediction early on. And after they also were doing all this research into their current genetics, they were also looking into ways of expanding it. Like, genetics had saved their culture from being annihilated. Why not lean on it more? And the new Empress was heavy into wanting to understand genetic manipulation, the biological processes of their new species. She was a bit obsessed with it, in fact. So in terms of research, they were delving full-blown resources that they possibly could into expanding the crypta genetics, and possibly not only expanding their lifespan, but maybe enhancing their senses even more, even though they were already fucking amazing, like superhuman compared to what they once were. They just wanted more. It was almost greedily. They were just like, I want to be enhanced to the absolute more. Show the art of the Emperor. Oh yeah, that's right. Sorry, I was just such in a... Yeah, we do have a... Hold on. We do indeed have some artwork of her. This is one early concept, keep in mind. We don't have a finished or final variant, I should say. This is the current rendition of the Empress of the Sovereignty. By the way, the light that's coming in from behind her in those murals is artificial light. It's not. It's like flashlights. They're in a contained building. There's no sunlight. So yeah, this also kind of is a good way to touch on the obsession with genetics over like robotics. If you actually look at their drones here, because they do have automated servants and usages, and I know there's going to be a question about, like, wait, why are these gals here? Whoa, wait, hold on. That's the... Hold on, we have another rendition of that that's a little bit better. There we go. Huzzah! Alright, there we go. Okay, so this is the more complete... Sorry, I grabbed one of the earlier renditions by mistake. So yeah, these drones here they do have, like, general service drones. That brain in there is essentially an AI program computer, but it's an artificial biological brain with pre-programmed goals, purposes, and jobs that this particular robot has been assigned. It's a blood dispenser, so it's going to dole out that for not only the Empress, but her servants. These are her handmaidens. There's a chunk of lore about them, believe it or not. But I'll get to that. And this guy right here is the average sized crypta. So to get back onto the point, to get back onto the point of the increased obsession with enhancing their genetics further, as they continue to develop space technology on top of also working towards biological enhancements, they came across a process that the Empress herself started to get into, because as I said, she was obsessed with biology as well. So it wasn't like she was just assigning people to this stuff. Her obsession came to the point where she herself was researching and looking into the biological, not only into eugenics programs that she could essentially set up, but she also began to understand chemistry. She looked into biology heavily. Her obsession with this stuff came to the point where she herself could be tangibly one of their most effective scientists over another 20, 30-year period she spent studying their works, mentoring with some of her higher scientists that worked with her. She herself became one of their society's more effective researchers into their biological programs to enhance themselves. And during this process, she began to work on something with the help of her scientists and with the help of other folks that would provide different resources for it. And it's at this point as well that they had also developed enough space tech that they could actually send ships out to maybe the nearby moon, send ships to the planet just after that. They were starting to make really good headway with spacecraft. So as this headway was being made, what happened to the mutant leeches? They're still on the planet of Mordred. They're pretty regularly run across creature species. They didn't like wipe them out to copy their genetic code. And there's actually a little bit of like not a religious, but a kind of societal respect of those creatures. Typically, when if for example, if a crypta, if let's just say an average crypta person goes out in the wild by themselves and gets killed by one, and instead of what they would have done but pre biological transference, that sounds way too similar to something else. Biological manipulate. Fuck. What's a good nickname for it, just for the sake of argument? Hey, Moraine, welcome. I'll say they're biological ascend. Thank you. Actually, I will run with that. Biological ascendants. After that occurred, well, before that, they would have responded with, "Oh, hey, you know, this monster killed someone. We got to go out and kill it because it's got a taste for human blood. Maybe it'll come and hunt us. We got to kill it." After that, now when someone dies, they consider that a good thing. They're like, essentially to them, it's like a sign. It's like, oh, that person was weak and was brought down. These creatures represent something higher for us, so they kind of, on a creepy level, respect the leeches on the planet. So there's quite a decent population of them, and they are also constantly cultivated from where they derive from in caves and dark places, even darker places on their planet surfaces, away from crystalline light. Even they are constantly. Some are captured from time to time, and they do further researches and studies and derive DNA from them again to see if they can enhance the genetics even further, usually to the detriment of whoever they're testing it on. But other than that, they're good. They're still around, I guess is the answer to that question. I know, Thor. Silence your hammer. Okay. But, yep. As she began to work on a specific project, her goal was to create what she referred to as knights. More superior crypta. But unfortunately, she spent over 100 years. So we're at a 100-year mark. Now we're into the 200-year mark after all of the shit of them becoming a crypta. She began experimenting not only on people and civilians, but well, actually, there's one thing I'm skipping over that I could continue to skip over, but I won't because I think it's important. So tangent here. The blood problem. Before they could really achieve space travel, they started noticing that they started doing experiments with blood, and to see like if there was a way they could, you know, kill a creature and then somehow spread its blood out and ration it to their populace. They found that methods to do that only made it less nutritional and less supportive of their biology, so that didn't work. So then they began experimenting with other methods until it was suggested, okay, what if we do a blood transfusion of crypta blood and see maybe we can ration that out to people. So they started rationing out volunteers' blood to the local populace. Of course, those people who would have their blood drained would immediately thirst for their blood back, but it was for the greater society. So they began rationing out their blood to the overall population. And they also noticed when they did so that the blood actually lasted longer. People seemed to be more satisfied drinking the blood of other crypta than they were, let's say, hunting like the local canine species or a local bovine species. Their blood, though they definitely felt satisfied having drank it. It wasn't the same because like a liter or 3 liters of that was the equivalent of satisfaction to what it was for other crypta. And they couldn't quite explain it. What was it, the genetic makeup of their own blood that seemed to satisfy their own hunger so much? and they derived though there was at no point in their history have they ever conclusively figured out why this is, despite at this point in the modern lore thousands of years of research. The most that they've been able to derive is that there's something about the human aspect in their blood's genetic code that seems to, in an odd sense, satiate the hunger. It is at one point it was speculated that it's psychological. Like the moment they think the blood is of their own species, for some reason it has some kind of nutritional transfer that's just superior, and then for some reason it's like a placebo. It's like, oh, because it's our own blood, it's somehow more satisfying. But after tests of doing psychological tests, like giving them the bovine blood and saying, hey, this is good for you, it was still not as nutritional. So there's definitely something biological going on. Now again, I have the answer, but I'm it's one of those things. I want mysteries. I want to leave you guys with things to speculate. Have they tried cloning livestock, Crypta? That leads to the next point. So to reconnect that to the point of what the Empress was working on, to satiate the people's hunger while she was working on a project she had put aside, she began a societal process called the culling. So every year they would collect basically the most useless people in their society, vagabonds, homeless people, basically, drug addict, everybody who wasn't contributing to society was rounded up and brought to a processing facility, or several at some points, and they were drained of as much blood as they could get out of them for as long of a period as they could. But the demand was extremely higher than the supply, even with that. So, though the culling did hold back the bay of, like, the extreme hunger and thirst that their populace really wanted, it's the most that they could do. So, while that was going on, and at one point even, because during this 100-year period, that this tradition started and ended pretty much in that 100-year period. And by like the midpoint, like the 50-year mark, people had started to look at the culling as a positive. Even the people who were being rounded up, like societally, they had convinced themselves that that once they were brought to these processing plants, they were treated with this utmost respect. They were treated, and the Empress helped encourage these rumors. She did her best to keep up like people's interest and keep up the morale of the situation. But it was believed that this was a holy right, if anything. It wasn't a negative, like, oh, you're not being harvested for all your blood and drained dry like some kind of fucked up sponge. No. Look, you are a vagabond. You don't produce or support our society in any tangible way. So we would like to kindly ask you to do something helpful, and we consider this helpful. And guess what? You'll be treated like a king for however long your blood lasts. Better than dying out in the street doing nothing. So they did that. And suffice to say, not a lot of people came knocking at the doors and to see how well treated the people were. Anyway, hold on. Hey, would you learn? Would you learn more about the Lord and Savior of Blood Harvest? Is that a reference to something? I don't know. Yes, maybe, possibly. I don't know. So as that was going on, the Empress was working on a process, as was asked earlier, a cloning process. Part of what she was working on was not just raw clones, though a cloning process was developed, and once that was implemented at around the 90-year mark of this 100-year period, which is when the official culling ended, is because they now had artificial beings. And the best part was, of the cloning process, these artificial people typically had like no soul, as they would be described. They were shells, basically just walking blood bags. Now, once these clones were being fed on, came a new problem. It's not that their blood didn't... Wait, do I see maids? Hey, Jesus. Yes, you do. They noticed that the blood that these clones produced, something about it wasn't as satisfying. Now, it was at first, but there was something about it that was different. It just didn't hit the same keys. Now, that being said, though, it still was mass producible. It was still a way to feed everybody, so they continued that process. Then came a new problem. On top of it not being entirely satisfying, they also found that it had a mutating effect on the people. Something about the cloning process enhanced the leech-like aspects of the DNA in the blood. So when a normal crypto would drink it, though, like alcohol, like getting drunk, like as long as you don't drink too much of it, you'll be fine. But what about the people who, now that they feel like they have a limitless supply, are gorging on this, who are drinking entire liters every morning, day, and night? What about those people? Well, you know how I mentioned how when they were very first mutated people's DNA with the leeches? Well, and how some of them kind of turned into these fungal, giant, creepy-ass creatures? Well, they had that same problem again. En masse. And quite a few people died. In multiple cities, nearly got burnt to the ground. The capital city was under siege for multiple days and nights. In fact, they referred to it as the second great epidemic of the Crypto Society, next to what happened with the Roses. And during this time, these creatures, that mutated monster tearing people apart and draining them of dry, and shooting them seemed to hurt them, but it didn't bring them down. It was a fucking mess. And they needed an effective fighting force against these, because though they dealt with all of them in the capital city and most of the surrounding cities, the outer villages that had minimal defenses, that had these supplies of blood transported to them and were drinking them like crazy, they got completely overrun. And these creatures followed the scent of where the blood was coming from. So, they needed a way to fight them. And these things weren't exactly easy to kill. So, part of what the Empress was doing in the background, she was continuing to work in the background, continuing to work on something, and once this threat came about, she kind of pivoted how she was working on whatever it was. It's not quite known exactly what her initial goal was, but during this crisis, they had a new need, so to speak, of a different kind of clone. So she began collecting DNA samples from some of her best soldiers in their military, and began crossing that with artificial DNA strands she was developing. And after quite a bit of genetic manipulation, alteration, and crossing, they were able to successfully she was able to successfully stitch together a pool, as she refers to it, of artificial DNA to clone artificially superior crypta, which she produced en masse. Now, well, as mass as she could. The process wasn't perfect. Now, what came about of these clones was one part was unexpected to even the Empress herself, but one part was not. This artificial DNA strand mixed with the cryptid DNA produced what she named after which, by the way, just give a little bit of background about like their own history and what they know of their own background of like as humans. The spears of humanity all contained essentially like a black box of information of where they came from. But after the crypta's crash landing, yeah, this isn't even all the humans they're going to. This is only one of the 3 human factions. Okay. Poor Rathan didn't get much. No, the thing is, the Rathan, there's quite a bit about them I have written down. Not quite on the same level, but there's also a lot about them I want to remain vague, because they're supposed to be a mysterious boogeyman in space. The more you know about them, the less scary they're going to be. So that's why there's not going to be a shit ton about the Rathan. There's a shit ton I've written down, but there's not a shit ton I'm going to put in books or put out for you guys. So, fuck, that knocked me off my train of thought. Alright. So with that, with their crash landing and with certain mysterious aspects about this black box, the little information and history she was able to derive from humanity, or that any of them were able to, she found an old story about a mighty knight who defeated a great beast, and his name was Helsing. She has no idea what the beast he killed was. It's not very conclusive. It's just more or less the equivalent of a poem in size for what they were able to derive from their broken, shattered records. So, hold on, I gotta breathe. Did you already cover the faction of the soldiers? Well, I'm covering the right now. I'm covering the faction that these guys are from. Oh yeah, they're one in the same faction, by the way. These guys are Crypta of the Sovereignty. I'll explain. So, after that, given that, she named these new artificial clones that she produced Helsings. And when they were birthed out of their incubation pods, she noticed that maybe she went a little far in making them badass. Because these guys towered over everybody around them. They were 7'5" at the shortest. They were 7'8", 7'9", 8 feet tall. And these guys, unlike the original clones, which had no soul, no nothing to them, seemed to actually have something, like, they seemed to be alive. They weren't just shells of blood. These guys were badass. Helsing aren't showing. Okay, fine, fuck. I'm giving my spiel. I haven't been able to talk about this very much. Okay. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is my company name, Scarlet Games. This is the studio name I'm operating under. Even got a logo. Hope you guys like the logo. I worked hard on that. Anyway. Yeah. Anywho. So this is the Helsing concept. So when the Helsings birthed out of their pods, she noticed not only did they have paler skin, but they also were pretty fucking buff from the get-go. And they had bright, piercing red eyes. Now keep in mind, that's not too different from the Crypta's standard orange hue, but it was notably more scarlet. Just cool soldiers. Logo looks terrific. Thank you, thank you. So, with these new soldiers, she immediately had her technicians immediately began producing weapons and armor for them en masse. Now, the Helsings, in terms of the process, I should note, were all male. This was just coincidental. It wasn't like any kind of intentional biological process with their cloning. They just came out male, pretty much universally. So, with each of the Helsings ready to fight, big, tough, brawny, ready to fucking go, she armored them in these underbart suits, which enhanced their physical strength and flexibility, gave them a nice, smooth under armor. She had her technicians implant connector points on their body. That way their armor would directly connect to their person. And they, to name a little bit of more extra lore about their armor, they actually is like another layer of skin, in the sense they actually can feel what happens on the outside of their armor. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say, well, that defeats the purpose of armor. It's supposed to protect you from pain. It's supposed to protect you from taking injury. If they can feel what happens. It's not their pain senses or their nerves that they feel. What it is basically, if something hits them, they directly know where on the armor on the outside it hits. Basically, they can feel it. They don't feel pain. It's more like, how do I explain this in a good way? The armor has an outward, like, it basically sends a sensory signal to their brain, saying, hey. Now, hold on, Adeptus Mechanicus. I said, hey, they only males based. Hold on a minute, okay? There is some lore about that later, which I'll probably skip to that at some point, because there's so much more to go through, and I don't want to go through absolutely every single bit of it. Just the stuff I think is the coolest. So, with all this you know, new armor, new stuff produced for them. They immediately were set out to cull the blood. What did fuck? What's the word? Colloquially, that word. Fuck, I know what it is, but it's not coming to me. Murs Kitten, I don't agree with you. Anyway, so with the Helsings ready to fucking go, they're all armored up, they got their weapons, they immediately set out to fight. So once they met up with what had been referred to by the locals as blood clotters, not exactly. I know exactly why, but I'm just gonna phrase it in the storytelling fashion. It's not exactly known why they were called that, but there's theories. So these, these guys charged into battle with their brand new weapons, which, unfortunately, Pyrrhus, I got to get him on this concept. I know I have some sketches of it, but they look so bad, I'm not gonna share them. Their weapons, their energy weapons. I know the standard crypta uses these ballistics rifles that produce thermal energy, which, by the way, this is an energy pack. It's shooting. Fuck. I really hope I don't lose my ability to speak after this. I probably will. They have a ballistics here, but this is an energy pack. The ballistics is the whole process is so much extra lore. I don't want to go over it. I went over it already with somebody else actually earlier in the week. So, point is, it's more in line with something we're used to, or like a ballistic rifle. But it produces, the ballistics are so powerful, it produces heavy amounts of thermal radiation and energy inside their rifle, and that energy, that thermal energy, is transferred to their bayonets, which are heavily heated metal material that you have to basically carve into a shape. This particular metal, it's found only on Mordred. It absorbs heat like a sponge and will hold the heat, but you can't mally it with heat. You have to basically carve it. You can chip at it and carve it, but it doesn't. Point is, it absorbs heat and doesn't melt. It's that kind of metal. So it absorbs the thermal energy produced by the gun, and it allows them to cut through shit like a fucking laser sword. Like a fucking lightsaber. Like, whoosh, gone. This is a little bit about that. But what the Helsings have is a little bit more high-techy. Hold on. Again, we don't have a concept for it quite yet, but it has the appearance reference of like a crossbow, like a rifle crossbow. And what it does is it shoots high energy bolts out, and you can supercharge it and shoot out basically like a shotgun round of energy, of pure ionizing energy right at an enemy, melts right through them and their armor and the guy behind them. Problem is, when you overheat it, you can't shoot. That's another thing I want on the tabletop, is like if you use like a supercharged shot, you got that particular unit that used that can't then use it later. Can't use it for, I'm thinking like a turn or two. Oh god, I need to breathe. Okay, so with that idea in mind, the Helsings went out into battle with their new equipment and fought off the blood clotters and killed them all. Pretty much universally. Now, people celebrated this and fucking lost their minds. Because keep in mind, normal ballistics weapons scratched these things at best. These guys were their new energy weapons, and they represented so much. Basically, the moment the Helsings were unveiled to fight these monsters and come back was the ultimate victory for the people. I just want to throw this in there. Actually, no, I'm not. No, that's too much. It's too on the nose. Anyway, so the Helsing process having been produced, results, they were revered and quickly became their own branch of their military. And let's just say the Empress was a little jealous of their size, height, and ability, so she tried to also look into a process of making existing crypta as genetically refined as her new super soldiers. Oh, I gotta breathe. Okay. Thank you, Pierce. Yep. Pyrrhus I gave the full spiel to. Okay, gotta breathe. Size envy. Yeah, kind of. So, yeah, for the regular soldiers, that's correct. Okay. So, she began working on a process to genetically refine living crypta. And she, weirdly enough, experimented with this first on herself. And her maids, her handmaids, who were her direct confidants and friends. Which results in... me going back to this image. There you go. Which is why there's a bit of a size discrepancy here, if you pay attention, between this average 6-foot crypta and her. And by the way, I didn't steal the big vampire lady idea from Resident Evil Village. They stole it from me because I came up with this over a year ago. I have notes to prove it. Okay? I did not take that from Resident Evil Village. Once that was announced, I was so pissed because I'm like, crap, when I announce Warglaive Gothic, people are going to accuse me of stealing the tall vampire lady from Resident Evil. I'm going to be so pissed. I still am, but I swear. I have people on the Discord who can back me up on this. I came up with this idea over a fucking year ago. They fucking stole my idea. I don't know how, but they did. She doesn't have the big sun hat, so you're good? Yeah. Yeah, the art is older than the tall vampire lady, which is funny. I know! I'm so pissed! So fucking pissed. Fuck you, Capcom. Somehow you stole my ideas. I had it first. Anyway, yeah, don't worry, we remember it was your idea. Thank you. I have witnesses. I have witnesses who back me up on this. Fucking came up with the idea first. Fuck you, Capcom. But yeah, she is... Her experiment worked for the most part. She genetically is more similar to the Helsings than she is the average crypta. So keep in mind, the cloning process with the crypta is not perfectly refined. It's got a lot of problems. It's got a lot of issues. You were too slow on the draw as a gun. Next time, shoot to kill. Well, that's the thing. I wasn't too slow on the draw because I had the idea written down. I had it all established. Okay, I had it before. All that was before them. Just announcement wise, they beat me to it. That's all. All right. But yeah, just to speed. There's a lot of events that happen between now and where we are in the modern lore. But I'll skip a shit ton of crap. I guess just give some bullet points about certain bits. So after a little while, they finished developing full-blown space traversal. The cloning process isn't perfect with the Helsings. It takes a long time to do it as well because they incubate them intentionally until they're adults, but they still have to wait a couple of years for that to happen. It's not all like 5 million clones right there. They're lucky if out of a batch of 500. 300 to 200 of them survive. And out of those 200 who survive the training process for Helsings, which they do need to be trained how to fight. In the modern lore, they're trained by the older surviving Helsings. And once they've passed their basic training and their basic teachings of battle strategy, history, and tactics, and obviously martial combat, which includes melee and includes ranged combat. They are then assigned to 3 different divisions amongst the Helsings. There's the Bulwarks, which... The Bulwarks are probably one of the more fucked up guys to get into. If you're assigned to the Bulwarks, they're gonna basically... They're gonna inject your bones with a metallic, essentially, and they're gonna increase your body size by like 5. And you feel every bit of it. Imagine your bones just crackling and breaking as they stretch and expand and increase in density, and your muscles turn into this thick under armor and your skin also. Basically, you buff the fuck up in a matter of seconds. And the worst part is there's something that happens to the bulwarks that's called the numbing. I don't even know if I want to get into that, but what it is it's because of all the physical pain of just having your body buffed the fuck up into your human meat shield, or in this case, a Crypta Helsing meat shield. They kind of occasionally lose all emotion. It's said that all that pain sends some kind of shock into the brain of a bulwark. So typically in battle, bulwarks have no emotional connection to anyone, not to each other, not to themselves, not even basically they're almost automatons. They do have logic, they do have like thoughts, they do have their own internal like monologue and like ideas, but they have virtually no emotions, except maybe anger, and they do recognize pain, just very little of it. So, yeah. Okay. And that's the bulwarks. There's a ton of shit in there. There's also the Vanguard. The Vanguard are melee focused in Spec Ops, primarily for Helsings, which leads to a character I will bring up. And the last tad bit of lore about Helsings I'll get into, because how long are we? It were 2 hours, and I think I've spent an hour and a half on the Sovereignty alone. So, fuck. Oh fuck. Are these Space Marine-esque in Army, or are they just another unit in the Sovereignty Army? In terms of their independency from the main army, they are more independent, certainly, than other divisions of the military of the Sovereignty. But in terms of how they operate alongside the Jackals, which is the name of the division of their army, which is... The Jackals includes pretty much everybody from their main standard Crypta army, which is these guys. These are Jackals, by the way. These are Jackal infantrymen. Which, just to explain the why they are dressed up in completely head to toe, other than just armor's sake, the Crypta, being on a planet with no natural sunlight, don't do very well on planets with sunlight. It's not that it like burns them, it doesn't melt them. They're like, I'm melting. It's more like, have you ever had somebody like hold like a match really close to your face? Or like somebody like, or if you like, a better example is if you've ever lit in a gas stove and it didn't click light on fire fast enough, and you're still close to it and the flames scorch up and get kind of hot in your face. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like fuck. It's really uncomfortable. Their eyes don't cure well to it. So, though their armor more importantly protects them, and they could technically cure to sun conditions, they tend not to like it very much. One question you must answer: how much mecha power do you plan to deploy? Because if there is mecha, there's a big love to be had. There is, well, certain factions have more mechs and more mecha aspects to them. The Sovereignty, due to its not stagnation, but minimalist approach to robotics and mechanics and obsession with eugenics and biology, they don't have that many mechs. They do have some basic ones. You can kind of see it in the background there. Kind of. It's hard to see. They do have fairly decent assortment of mechs, but it's not a focus. It's not really their best stuff. But yeah, the three divisions of their army, by the way, in total is you have the Jackals, which includes their main army, their main navy, and their main the normal Crypta spec ops, if you will. Then you have the Helsings, which are their own division, and they are deployed often alongside Jackals, but not always. Artillery mix, yeah, mostly artillery. We were bonded by the weeb, made brothers by the weeb. Yeah. And the third division, I'm gonna have to go. I might have to print out my notes on that one. Fuck. Hides. That's right. There you go. All right. So the third division is Hides. Spelled Hydes. Yes, Jekyll hides. Yep, yep. I'm not exactly subtle with all my inspirations. So the Hydes are the robotics, science, and psychic division of the sovereignty, which kind of brings up... I could go really in depth with a psychic discussion. That'd be a while, though. How psychics work in this universe is there's 6 tiers of them. There's 6 tier psychers. A 6th tier psyker... I see. Whoops. I used the term psyker. Psychic. It is a psychic. The thing is, believe it or not, I really didn't derive this from psychers from 40k. The initial idea was more like minimalist, but I've kind of expanded it a lot more into like what the upper echelons of them can possibly do. But in comparison to like full on like mage stuff that psychers in 40k can use, psychics are a lot less powerful in Warglaive Gothic. More or less, it's mostly like reading minds, manipulating minds, suggestion stuff. The most powerful psychics out there are able to do like full-blown telekinesis on a precision level and can do some really fucking crazy shit. But the difference between like the 6th tier and 5th is such a like a mountain mile, like country mile. Like 5th tier, like I can not only completely control your mind, but your friend's mind and your other friend's mind, all without even looking at you, and I can read everyone's minds around me instantaneously, and I can move certain objects if I put enough effort into it. 6th tier, I could crush a building with my hand. Like, I just, like, gone. So, torturers are more psychics there. Yeah, pretty much. More or less. The number of tier 6 psychics in the universe of Warglaive is... You probably count them all in one hand. In fact, actually, I'm not going to show you my hands because I have the characters in my head, so... There's 5, okay. I make diamonds out of your body through compressing your shit. Pretty much. And the Empress of the Sovereignty... is an example of one of the only tier 6 psychics. She is fucking scary. The most horrific... Actually, I know I wrote this down. This is one thing I will pull up my notes for, because I want to directly quote this. This is what she said before doing this, but I want to make sure I find it. I have so many notes. Oh my god. Hold on. Oh, just looking at the page count. Jesus Christ. Okay. See if I can find it. Nope, that's not it. See, this is why when you write like this shit down, really got to organize it. Like, there's one thing I'm terrible at. Is organizing this shit. I apologize if this is taking a minute. Hold on. Okay, I think I found it. Okay. So this is what the Empress of the Sovereignty said to a captured Terran Republic admiral before she physically, with her psychic abilities, with only a whisk of her hand, ripped all of the blood out of his body in a second. Like, imagine it just bursts out of his flesh. Like, he just exploded, and she formed all of his blood into a sphere, which she shaped into a map of a planet she read from his mind for a tactical advantage. It's a cool story I've written, but I'm not far enough along in it to spoil much more than that. So this is what she said to him. To you, sorry, I'm going to misquote myself here. Blah, blah. To you, whose meek visage lies in the shadow of my warriors, my handcrafted armaments of flesh, muscle, and bone, you will see a genetic horror, a perversion of what you consider pure or untainted. However, this is merely denial, a deception you tell yourself to justify your natural inadequacies. For what you face is beyond you, an unprocurable existence. It is this which you shall take heed to know, the name of this warrior. He is Helsing, and he is Legion. Then ripped all his blood out of his body. In one foul. Done. Most of those 700 pages is lore notes. Not gonna lie. Don't get me wrong. I think I have like 89 to 90 pages alone on like weird ideas I have for the tabletop. A good chunk of which I probably ought to cut down because a lot of them are stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I'm never sharing you the originals here, but they're fucking stupid. I've had some weird ideas. Oh, I need a breather. So what do you guys think so far? Let me breathe for a minute. Just say so. Fuck. Oh. It's so satisfying getting to talk about it though. That's one way of mapping your bloodline. It's a good line though. Well, funny you say that, Arctic. Is there a proper kickoff point to the setting, as in a point where the current paradigm of the setting starts? Yes, there is. There is an overarching name for it, but each faction has something specific that occurs during that time that causes them to be more or less aware of each other. It's kind of an ironic name. The name of this event, in terms of its overarching name for most of the factions and in the lore, is the Unification. Or, sorry, the Reunification. The Reunification is when all three human factions re-encounter each other in the modern paradigm. There's so much that happens at that time, let me tell you. The Battle of Flesh and Blood, which is what this artwork is partly depicting, occurs during that. So many others. Yeah, but each faction has something specific that goes on during that event that it's kind of like their own name for it. But the overarching name is the Reunification. Probably shouldn't workshop the name a little bit. Reunification seems kind of flat. Needs something else like there. Well, I know something that works. Reunification Contingency, because one of the factions actually planned to re-encounter the other two, just didn't plan on countering them the way that they did. I don't know. That might need to be workshopped. I don't know. Are there more humans out there? Yes, Nightlock, there are. There's the other two human factions outside the crypto, which is the Terran Republic and the Warborn. Warborn, I have no concept art of yet, and these sketches I have, again, are fucking terrible. But I do have a banner for them. It's kind of a minimalist banner. I'm probably going to have someone do a cooler version of it, but I have a rendition of their banner. What year does it play? Well, keep in mind, it's not known at what point in our future that humanity comes to this galaxy. So for us, this could be 100 years in our from where we are currently now in the future is when they first get there. Or it could be 300,000 years from now. Who knows? I do. You guys won't. I love keeping things to myself. I tend to die with that in my grave. I think you got sidetracked from the Emperor's buff and her elite females. But damn, I love all this. I want books though. I will get again. I am very eager to write books. It'll just be a chunk of time. More like the Great Unity. It might work. Smug prick. I think I got sidetracked. Might have. I'm sorry if this is a stupid question, but what are all the factions during the reunification? All the factions that are involved, it's well, all the human factions are involved. So the Sovereignty, the Terran Republic, and the Warborn. I can show what I have for banner. Well, I have a. I'll bring up the Warborn's banner. It's the only one I like. The other ones need to be fixed. Oh, by the way, this is Clan Rith. This is Rith's clan symbol. Just while I'm at it. This is the banner of the Sovereignty. Needs to be workshopped a little bit, but this is more or less similar to what the final version will look like. There are no space elves, Garink. I wanted to avoid fantasy tropes being just sci-fi-ified, so there are no elves. Let's see here. There we go. And this is the Warborn's banner. Again, could use. It's kind of meh. It needs work. I'll be frank. It needs work. But yeah, this is like early version of their banner. Elves belong in fantasy. They really do. Like I don't want to put elves in a sci-fi. Let them be fantasy. There are no elves in this. Fuck that. How many factions do I play? Do you mean like overall over the course of the entirety of the lifespan of Warglaive Gothic, which I hope is a long time? Warborn are going to become space lichens, are they? Not predictable. Fuck. Not quite, but you're close, actually. Sadly, I really wish I wasn't predictable. Well, dwarves could use more love. Well, now that you mentioned dwarves, kinda, ironically, given my fantasy statement, it's not really confirmed, okay? I've kind of gone in and out on wanting to include a dwarf-like faction. As of now, in the current paradigm, there isn't one, but I'm really wanting to put one in. Really wanting to. Anyway, we have vampires, so it's close to mine. I mean, yeah, it's not that hard to predict. It's fair. By the way, this is probably my least favorite of the banners, and this is not at all what the final version is going to look like. This is the very first banner I just played around with for the Terran Republic. It's not at all the final rendition, not even close. I'm gonna start from scratch, but this is just so you guys know, where everywhere there's sometimes dead ends when you work on this stuff, and this is one of them. Was not happy with how that one came out. I was at first. I was like, it looks pretty cool. And then later I was like, nah, I fucking hate it. Didn't go over well. Katanas. Yeah, like I said, it was shit. It was a shit. I was like, this is nah, fuck that. So yeah, I gotta completely rework the banners. One of them I gotta completely start over from, that being the Terran Republic one, and the Warborn one is so minimalist, it's not even funny. But I'm working with what I got. So to finish up the sovereignty stuff of what I'll tell you guys, just important information. So I guess the update portion. Oh, by the way, what did you? I don't think I saw too many responses to what you guys thought of like that little quote I had from what the Empress said. Well, I do have a proper timeline, VLX. I do. I'm sorry if it's coming off like this is all just random ideas, it's not that bad. In this year, I do have an organized timeline. It's just the notes I've taken are a jumbled mess. But I do have I'm very sorry if you guys think this is just jumbled. It's not. I do have a conclusive timeline of events. It's just my notes are a mess, but not the actual core timeline. All that's completely organized. So I do deeply apologize if there was that misunderstanding. The quote is very interesting and cool. Nice. Awesome. Hi, Brown. I expected as a boat first. Hi, lady. Yeah. I like writing her stuff. Partnering with the Templin Institute. I don't know them, and I don't know if they would work with me, so... Also, I have some PTSD from partnering with anybody. I've done that in the past. That resulted in probably one of the worst experiences in my adult life. So, the more independent I can be with this, the better. Warborn need art? They really do. They really fucking do. I just don't have the money. You don't have those things. I'm saying I would like to see and know that kind of info to better understand the setting, what's going on and why. Alright. I can give a general timeline, but just to finish up some tidbits about the sovereignty. In their modern age, they're currently traversing the stars. They're still in a need of a consistent source of blood that's satisfactory. So the modern sovereignty in the lore, they've completely stopped the culling of their own people. But what they have done is now their main mission is they, like the Rathan, they invade other worlds. The two kinds of ships you don't want to see in orbit pretty much are Rathan or Sovereignty. If it's Rathan, they're going to rape you and make you have their children, and their children are going to burst out of you and then eat your flesh, and then are going to grow to kill other people and rape and do the same thing. So, that's horrible. The other bad thing is if you get caught up by the Sovereignty, who will, if they will try and capture you alive, especially if you're human. They will beam you up Scotty. They don't actually have beaming tech, but they will capture you, and then they'll bring you to what is referred to for their species as harvesting worlds. I don't think I need to explain in too much detail how that works. Harvesting worlds, they harvest people for blood. And they try and make them last as long as possible while also still meeting the demand of their population. Another cool thing about the modern sovereignty is because of their sensitivity to light, they've actually developed a technology that they actually surround planets in that same black shroud that surrounds Mordred, so they can terraform those planets to be more satisfactory to themselves. That being said, that some planets, that has a detrimental effect to the point where they don't even colonize it because, oh fuck, the terraforming wasn't exactly perfect. We're just going to leave it like that. But they have ways of cultivating plants to basically be the same core makeup of Mordred and still surrounded in that black shroud. And last bit I'll cover is with just a little bit more about the Helsings. The Helsings live a lot longer. They, in fact, none have been known to die of old age. Their senses are quadruple. Keep in mind, base crypta are already like superhuman with their senses. Compared to that, they're quadruple that of their basic senses. Physically, they're immensely strong. Duh. They are incredibly aggressive and voracious. One cool thing about them, the one part you would expect them to require more blood than anybody else to survive. What's interesting about the Helsing's biological makeup is they've somehow they actually require less blood than the average cryptid. Not that they don't need any, they do. They still need blood as any cryptid does, or they turn ravenous or worse. And can you imagine a Helsing becoming a blood clotter? You don't want that mess. So they also got to get the right kind of blood. But that being said, they, for some reason, don't require as much as the average crypta citizen. And one other thing to note about how the female and male thing works, amongst the crypta, the cloning process has anomalies. And one of those anomalies that has occurred is roughly out of every batch of 100, there is a 10% chance of one of the crypta being female. It's not known why this happens. The gender, again, is not like something they try and predetermine. Can we play as blood clotters? I will say this. I want them to be a unit that you can implement if you use a certain sub-faction within the sovereignty, which I will not spoil. But potentially. I know exactly how I want them to look, too, so they're really fun to paint if you like Nurgle stuff. Oh, crap. You got... Okay. So, out of that batch of and they make them in batches of 100, and it takes a good number of years just to get that batch fully ready to go. Once they're born and begin training and everything like that. But the weird anomaly that happens through the artificial DNA sequencing that they're derived from comes the occasional female crypta. Now, what has been noted about the female crypta, the female Helsings, is that typically there isn't much of a physical difference other than by like sex organs, and they're a little bit weaker initially physically. They still have the same muscle density though. So though they don't take up as much space, they are typically the same height as their brothers though. And they do see each other as, like, it's not like male and female Helsings are getting it on. They're sterile clones. They can't do that. Or at least it's believed they're sterile. And they also don't, societally speaking, the Helsings, they do have emotions. They are people. They actually feel fear. They feel love. They feel hate. They feel spite. They're just trained so brutally to have most of that knocked out of them. So it's more just conditioning that results in their effectivity on the battlefield. That, and there's a little bit of hubris with just being born so naturally superior to everybody around you. I can relate. No, I'm not gonna do that. Anyway, so other than just being maybe a little bit weaker, typically they're the same height as their brothers. They are not socially seen as any worse or better, or they're not superior, they're not worse. They're just on the same level, more or less. The only thing to note, really, is most of them have a more inkling to having psychic abilities. But even then, they're not usually above tier 3, 4, at most. So you might have one that that can just fill in for an interrogator, maybe. But other than that, they typically aren't like, whoa. But one female Helsing to note, and I showed you guys her artwork earlier, but I'll show you another. Oh, God, we still have the old rendition. Actually, I'm going to show you guys a little bit of like the old renditions. Alright, so this was Different Concepts, my artist purist, who's Jacob Jones in the chat. When we were initially workshopping how she would look, I had my specific idea, but he presented a couple alternative ones, and we kind of settled on essentially what was my original idea with maybe a slight different aesthetic change, which ended up being this one. Her eyes are more red. That's just like an orange glow, but they're supposed to be primarily scarlet. Which you can see in the final artwork of her. But yeah, these are just like two alternative versions of her that we workshopped early on as well. But this became our final rendition. Oh, whew. Shut it up. Ooh, that is a good question, Morris. Considering the crypta came from, I'll get to. By the way, this character is Melina. She's pretty. I want to be a pretty predominant, notable like Helsing in the lore. Not the only one, obviously, but just a predominant one. But Morris Kurth asks, considering the crypta came from engineered humans, could they take a human, like a defector or something, and turn them into one of their own? You know, the vampires can turn others. They can. It's not like they can bite you and do it, though. It's not like the traditional. They would have to literally bring you somewhere. First off, you'd also have to give them a reason to do it. Like, keep in mind, they see... Well, actually, I didn't get to that, did I? Well, part of the blood crisis with the sovereignty and not wanting to call their own people, because again, they see themselves as above what they once were. They see humans as insuperior maggots. And when it came to trying to find a solution to the blood problem, the Empress looked into the black box of their history and realized that there were two other spears or arcs of humanity out there. And after realizing cryptid DNA and cryptid blood seemed to be the most satisfactory and the clone stuff wasn't working, she thought to herself, okay, instead of trying to play Russian roulette with more clone ideas, why don't we try and find them? We know it's not the leech blood that is so satisfactory, it's human blood. So why don't we find some humans that aren't us? I mean, we're not human anymore. So they harvest humanity in particular, and that's actually part of the reunification storyline, is once the factions kind of coincidentally meet up, the sovereignty didn't exactly hesitate to open fire and start trying to collect some worthless, maggoty humans only good for blood. So socially, they don't really see humans as people they want to turn into them. They feel like they because they were on Mordred and they were given this gift, which they do have deities now that formulated over many years. I have literally written up an entire pantheon of their gods and in length about it, but I won't get into that because we've already been talking about sovereignty for so goddamn long. But yeah, so part of the main goal of the sovereignty, they're not good guys. Even for themselves. They see humans as lesser. We're blood bags. That's all they want us for. But if you really offered them something valuable, that could be a bargaining chip. Waiting for the moment the whole flower thing screws with the plans big time. How so? Well, yeah, if they bring a human to the planet, they would get sick, potentially. But yeah. The collector's bell chimes in the void of space. Pray for death, for the tomb's thirst for blood. That's a quote, isn't it? I'm imagining harvest worlds with an existent death cult worshipping their vampiric overlords, offering human sacrifices. Pyrrhus, don't spoil anything for them. I tell you shit because you're my artist, but don't spoil nothing. It's my job to spoil. Nah, I'm just kidding. Oh, the flower is still there? Yeah. There was no way to eradicate them, and once you became immune to them, why bother? Actually, now that I think about it, I kind of imagine them kind of collecting them in bouquets and being like all decorative with them. It's like, these things used to nearly wipe us all out, but look how pretty they are. But yeah. But this character is Melina. She is she's a pretty awesome character. Not to say so myself. I like her a lot. In her case, she is the oldest. Well, she's not the oldest Helsing, but she's one of the oldest females still alive. Most of the female Helsings, there's not very many of them. Most of them are notable simply because they're girls amongst the slew. Like they're a weird anomaly that happens, but they're not treated any different. Like they're not even talked to differently than any of their brothers. Mainly because they're not seen as different. You're a Helsing, you're a warrior bred for battle. Why do I give a shit you have tits instead of pecs? Go and die. Thank you. That's about it. The redheaded Melina is the best. And I liked it, but it didn't really match my idea of her, so we definitely ended up going with the one that was closer to my original idea. The angel-like appearance, yeah, but the problem is, I thought the angel-like appearance in particular, plus I didn't like the blue drapes, but the angel-esque glow was too much. I was like, nah, she's not really an angel. Like, she's kind of like an angel of death, of blood, and evil. Well, she's not evil, but, you know, granted for her faction, for other factions, she'd be seen as evil. It wasn't really a vote. It was more like, what do you guys think? And then I went with what I wanted best anyway. They will offer you to transform into a crypto when you are a very good warrior or scientist and are useful to them. Yeah, pretty much. If you have something to offer that is above that overshines your humanity's natural inadequacies and flaws, they'd be like, yeah, you could be useful. Join or die. And if they're like, I'll join. Turns into a blood clot. Killed. Turns into one of them. Wiped off. Given a seat at the dinner table, you know. But yeah, I won't spoil too much about Melina's story because I do want people to check out the book of her because I'm going ham with it. But she's her official title. If you guys saw the announcement video, she's in the Vanguard division of the Helsings, which, as I said, was the melee focused spec ops division of the Helsings. She, in particular, in terms of how she operates, she's pretty badass. But she's actually been alive so long that since she's the captain of her particular division, she's actually referred to by her subordinates amongst the Helsings that she's trained, that's worked with her for a long time. They refer to her as the well, there's two nicknames. The nickname that is most commonly used is Duchess, because she carries herself with nobility, the way she's trained them. But she's also referred to in a motherly sense. Like, she's not called mother, but like the way they talk of her, the way they protect her, the way they work with her, she's their mentor. This is the person who has trained them. This is the person who has kept them alive through many a battle, through many a horrendous situation. They look up to her in the most extreme way, and are savagely loyal to Melina, which is her name. They always will be, and she openly refers to her division, her underlings in her division, as her sons. And as the Jackals, the normal Jackal Crypta army, since they work alongside the Vanguard and they work alongside the Bulwarks and the Helsings as a whole all the time, they typically also refer to her in relation to her people. They refer to her as the mother of warriors, or the mother of her particular division. So she's pretty badass, pretty awesome, and keep in mind, though there's no humans here for reference, she's 7'6", 7'5", right in there. So most of us would be here on her, roughly, assuming you're around my height. So pretty tall, pretty big, pretty badass. And I hope you guys are looking forward to the novel on her. I know I'm having fun writing it. And just to show her other concept art real quick. That's it in its full glory. After this rant, can I... yeah, it's fair to call these rants at this point. Right. So after this rant, can I ask how far... So each of the human factions are more or less on opposite ends of this particular galaxy. Not exactly opposite ends. They're in the same, like, 1/3 of this entire galactic body of this galaxy. It's a pretty large galaxy. So, light years? I don't think I've actually got a number for that quite yet. But they have very large territories and are still somehow far removed from each other. So when they finally recoalesced, they had to be like in the dead fucking center of all that mess. Thank you so much, Nathan, for the super chat, man. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Military motherly love, so still made manifest. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, and by the way, that's what the other Vanguard Helsings look like. A lot of gold decorations. Obviously, when they're in Spec Ops mode doing stealth stuff, they wouldn't be wearing their full golden armor. This is more like an open warfare. But doing stealth missions, they'd probably be wearing lighter, less metal armor, metallic armor. No, I'm not renaming Melina. I'm too far in the book to go back and rename everything to Syl. Not happening. I might throw in like a maybe like a middle name. I don't know. Last bit. This is the last thing I'll say about Helsings, societally speaking. They don't have last names. Their first names, they're all numbered. So typically, when they come out of the pod, like you are Helsing, depending on like their batch number, they'd be batch number 04 dash like out of that batch should be 04 101 102 103 104 105 106, you know. But they do name themselves, and one tradition that the thing is, the one cool thing I've written in the lore is due to like the grave circumstances they constantly find themselves in, and because Crypta as a whole consider themselves so amazing, Helsing don't think of other Crypta as lesser than them. They just see them as like little, like not children, but like younger brothers. Like they don't call them that. They don't actually think of them relation-wise as that, but like that kind of feeling. Like for her, like for example, Melina or any of her men, if they were approached by a jackal recruit who said, "Oh, my lord, what are we about to do, sir?" They would just they would speak to them, you know, directly, bluntly as a soldier, but they would also socially speak to them like they were like a little brother, like you were trying to explain something to a child, kind of thing. Those would be a personal guard, right? So more opulently armored. Yeah, you drew them, and I told you that. Well, I didn't tell you. Actually, no, we didn't discuss the ones that would be directly with her. But yeah, that was the idea. Stream just got blessed. Yeah, but the relation between the Jekylls and the Helsings is fairly close-knit. Quite a few Jekylls have actually named Helsings, which is, I think, a cool little bit of connection and a little bit of that breadth of humanity that's still amongst them, but is kind of tragic, since most of those Jekylls are going to die en masse. So I think it's important that though the story should always have grimdark elements and you should have some fucked up shit happen and things should always be tense and dark, I at the same time think that to balance that out you need to have a little bit of light brevity stuff to give, because the thing is, if everything's 100% dark and depressing, you'll just go numb to it over time, right? So I also find it boring to only write like this person's evil, this person's mean and horrible, and I think it's also not interesting. I think characters with more layers to them is more interesting. Yeah, they might be evil, but why? Why are they evil? Why are they like this? Why do they feel and think this way? What about their life has led them to this? What about their conditioning has led them to this? And even amongst factions, you know, I want there to be some breadths of humanity in there to make the bad things that happen all the more tragic. I think it enhances the grimdark elements if you have some lighter moments in there. So one of the relationship between, like I said, Jekylls and Helsings, fairly close-knit. The Helsings are constantly backing and trying their best to defend and fight with the Jekylls. Jekylls die en masse, but socially they get along. And quite a few of the Helsings have been named by Jekylls. I won't tell you how Melina was named. I have an exact idea, but Gavin Isaacs, thank you so much for thank you so much. Oh. Man, my throat. So much for the super chat, man. Gotta go grab pizza, so here's some money. I was already gonna give this guy as a tip. I hope it helps you build upon your project. And every little bit you guys can give, every big bit, just whatever you guys are willing to give to this project is more than I could ever ask for. I truly mean that. Like, you guys have no idea how much it means to me that any of you feel that this is worth giving money to, and I greatly appreciate it. So I just want to really stress that if you can't give money, don't feel bad at all. And I just hope that one day, hopefully when this project is finally up to its full-blown fruition, flaws and all, I hope you guys enjoy it when it finally has its full breath of fresh air. I really do. I'm excited for that. Can I ask why, Asgon, there was no green or black green? For what? I could sadly only do Patreon. That's perfectly fine, Dragonis. Like, that's perfectly fine, man. Alright, so enough about sovereignty. I've already probably given Melina. I was... Because there's no green? I'm confused. She's... Because those aren't her colors? Chat, am I missing something? I feel like I'm missing something. Well, anyway, let me catch my breath for a second here. Ranting for 2 hours, 45 minutes. I'm definitely gonna lose my voice. I think they mean no green concept. Again, it's not really her color. Or her division's color. Alright, so enough about sovereignty. Let's see, I've shown you guys wrath and stuff, sovereignty. We're probably gonna we'll show these individually. Alright. We'll do that. Alright, ask some questions. While I catch my breath and I'll know them. Hello, George. I am so sorry if I fucking butchered that. George. Well, welcome. Hi, Asgon. Is there anything to read about this universe? It sounds sick as fuck. In terms of FAQs, like, written out yet, there's no wikis or anything like that. In terms of books, I'm currently working... I actually ask you guys this. What do you guys want from this universe as a better introduction first? Do you guys want a character story? Or do you guys want a story that's more about a specific event that might have, like, different... like journal entries, diaries, and stuff like that of different characters describing it. Basically, like, priority is like event over specific characters. Like, because I have a character story I'm working on right now, which is the Melina's story, and then I'm also going to be working on certain stories that are going to be more for overarching events. Some will take the perspective of a specific character. But the focus will be the event, less the character. Like, you'll get the gist of the character throughout the story and their personality, but the focus is what's going on. I mean, event, specific event. Where are their lances? Where are their yari? Well, these guys don't have them. Space Ashigaru. I'll repeat my second question one more time. Will the setting expand beyond a single galaxy, and will it then introduce new faction, or did you change the one galaxy thing for the setting? The main setting takes place in this galaxy. Will it? You've asked this before. I've answered this question before, actually. It was a completely different time. It was forever ago, but on the Discord. But I'll answer it again. The setting will mainly take place... So far, I have no plans to expand in other galaxies, but keep in mind, we're still in the burgeoning of the story. Like, you can't run before you walk. Like, you got to get the baseline of everything set. You got to get the events that are going on in this universe. Got to establish everything in this universe and everything that's going on before you start jumping to 50 other galaxies. And you got to keep in mind, a galaxy is a pretty fucking big place. I mean, all of 40K takes place in the Milky Way galaxy, to give you context. So, galaxies are a pretty fucking big place. There's plenty that can occur. Eventually, will I move out to other galaxies? Potentially, but I don't have plans for it right now. Gotta walk before I can run. And how many factions / races planet? Well, overarching factions, I said it earlier, but I'll say it again for anybody who's just joining or just in the chat. There are 6 overarching factions. The 3 human factions are Sovereignty, Warborn, and Terran Republic. Sorry, I got even pulled up right here. Yeah. So those are the 3 human factions. Then you have, for alien species, you have the Rathan, who are a consistent threat. The Gretsch. I'm leaving them a mystery for now, because there's a lot about them that I think is going to be cooler to wait to reveal. There's so much about the Gretsch. I think it's going to be fun. We got the Gretsch, and then you also have the Volk, which I can pull up their concept real quick. Any others? Nope, just mainly English, German, and Japanese for influences. There is lore reasons for that. Again, don't want to spoil too many origin story stuff. Okay. Alright, so let me just catch up with the chat a little bit here. So if there's any burning questions I can answer. Characters can work, but event would be better to get a feel for what's going on. General tone of the setting, okay. So I need history books for the factions written by a Grim group. Is that a question or is that like a statement? How scientific you are thinking ongoing in terms of details? Not too extreme. My thing is, I'm not the biggest nerd. I'm a geek, but I'm not the biggest fucking nerd. Like, I like technicals. I like in-depth realism, but for me, it's a sci-fi universe. It's science fiction. There is science influences on ideas, and I do look at scientific terms, but I'm not a fucking nerd. Okay, I'm not gonna look up I'm not gonna derive every single scientific, like, every techie thing in this universe from real stuff. I'm gonna get the broad stuff influenced by real science and real stuff, like space, like the effects of space. That's easy to look up, easy to understand, easy to include. All like that stuff, like broader scientific theories and terms, I can definitely easily apply. But I'm not gonna. I'm not a scientist. I'm not gonna sit down and waste hundreds of hours of what time I could be doing something more productive for the actual story, researching the electrical pathways in through a particular crystalline entity can create a new arc of energy and can possibly ionize this and create this specific. No, I'm not fucking doing that. Okay. Pseudoscience for the win. I'm not a fucking nerd. I'm a geek. I'm not a nerd. It's not what I'm going to be doing. So, broadly, there will be scientific influences, but it's science fiction. And I emphasize the fiction. Okay. Like a chronicle, okay. Maybe an event history. I think it would be good to have some bigger events. So event, people want me to focus on an event story. Okay. 200 billion stars in ours alone. Yep. And this is a completely different galaxy. Also, what are their weapons they have, and how do they work? For the Terran Republic, the Terran Republic have a lot of energy-based weapons. Their firearms are primarily ray, like energy ray-based. So instead of like one self-propelling blaster bolt or ballistics, like bullets, they use a concentrated energy beam, which if you shoot it fast enough, it looks like a bolt, but it's until it hits the target, the energy is connected. Kind of like those who think like phasers from Star Trek, it's kind of like that. Until they like hit the target, the energy, it's just an energy ray and beam. So the rifle that guy's currently holding is an energy rifle. No, it shoots really fast though, so it's still like you blink, you might miss it. They also heavily energize their weapons with the same energy that produces in their firearms. Not the same kind of metal. It's not like pure thermal energy. It's a special ionizing energy that passes through the Terran Republic's weapons. So they have melee weapons that, like an energy weapon, it'll slice right through stuff like butter. Goddamn, I'm really starting to feel in my throat. I think I hit a nerve there. No, you didn't hit a nerve. It's just like, I just really want to stress to you guys, I'm not a scientist. Don't expect, like, Tesla theories in here to be accurate. It's supposed to be crazy shit. It's actually to a little bit more than that, VLX. William 40K explains how space travel works. Oh yeah, obviously I'm going to explain that. But aspects of it are still going to be fictional. Like, it's not going to... I'll explain it. You'll see it in books. It'll be better if I have it written down on that particular note. I do have a note about how space travel works, though. And it is to that level of detail. A little bit over that, actually, kind of. At least in my notes, it's kind of stupid. It's like 4 pages long of me just... bullet points, mind you, of talking about space travel and how it works for different factions. But yeah, it's mostly fictional, though. Like, most of the science is loose. We need it for exposition. I'm trying not to lose it, but there's a lot of talking. Trust me, you don't want to be yourself. It sounds awesome. I don't want to be what? A scientist? Nah. I'm saying if you are a scientist out there watching this right now, great. You're awesome. I couldn't be what you are. Just be careful how you lay that stuff out, because again, well, the thing is, when it comes to writing yourself into a corner, you can do that with any part, unfortunately. Most things have especially when you're working on it in pure inspiration, when the more you work on stuff, eventually I think every writer comes across this, there's always going to be a corner, and you're going to write yourself into it. The goal is to find a way to find a getaway around that corner. So, traverse the corner, or turn it into not a corner. There are ways to do that without retconning. You just gotta be careful. Which I am trying to be. Your flux capacitor's on the fritz. Yeah. Narrative before science jargon, so long as what science there is consistent. Yeah, exactly. There's overarching laws of how things work in the universe. There's the scientific methods of which I do. The thing is, especially with like the eugenics stuff and the biological manipulation, believe it or not, I did actually look into that a little bit. Cloning, I've looked into that. It's kind of creepy. They've actually successfully cloned a goat, by the way. It's weird to look into that. I do look up actual real science stuff for when I research like aspects about how certain things work. But sometimes if I just have a crazy idea and it loosely, if you take enough cocaine and some hardcore acid, makes sense, fuck it, I'm throwing it in there. But anyway, Terran Republic. So in the case of the Terran Republic, societal influence, it's influenced by America, the more military side of America, feudal Japan. That's like the main cross of their society is how it works for the Terran Republic. The Terran Republic society is their background. I'm not going to go into in-depth of sovereignty. Sorry, it's just I don't think my voice is going to hold out that long. Definitely not going to last that long. Don't be like Disney Star Wars. I don't want to be. I don't want to be my own thing. Yeah. Okay. So, a Senate like the Romans were. Well, the Terran Republic does have a Senate, where all of the... Okay. So, I'm not going to go into their core background. Just know that, like the sovereignty, they landed on a planet not too different from Earth. It's about twice the size of Earth, the planet is. The gravity is slightly heavier. Not like double Earth's gravity or anything. Just like... Imagine, like, if you walked outside and someone, like, leaned on both your shoulders. That's how heavy the gravity is. Like someone lighter, like same weight as you, just like leaned on your shoulders. That was like the gravity on the new planet, slightly increased compared to Earth's. It also has 2 supercontinents, not like America, Iceland. The 2 supercontinents, one is named after one in the ancient history of humanity, which they derived from their also damaged black box, which they found a record of a supercontinent referred to as Pangea in their human history. Again, still damaged compared to everybody else's. Yes, I do like it. Idea. I plan making my own miniatures. It will be grim, dark, slowly. Watch get worse and worse. Okay. I think there's a bit of language barrier there. But good luck on your Grimdark, man, and with your miniatures. Now, when it comes to the Terran Republic, they are a heavily one of the continents is okay. So back, train of thought. Hold out. So will this video be up after? Yes, this video will be up after stream ends. I'm gonna leave it up. Everything I'm talking about is all the concrete stuff, and it's all written down. It's already all in the lore, and it's already copyrighted to me, by the way. So it has been for a while. So okay. I don't want to lose my breath. I lose my fucking voice. Okay. So, one of the continents is Pangea. The other is Gangria. Pangea and Gandria are on opposite sides of the planet. Both have a northern and southern aspect for like icy and wintry environments. And basically, imagine the planet has like more or less. It's more. They don't connect. Like they both don't like touch the ice caps of the world, but they're like on the sides. And there might be like an amalgamation of ice on the poles of the planet, but it's not really a continent. But as for the society of the Terran Republic, they're an extremely militaristic society. The Terran Republic's history is a little bit more depressing. When they first landed on this planet, which they named Terra, they began building a society. They were heavily focused on developing research technology and daily life technological advancements. And unlike the Crypta, they didn't have an immediate problem with this planet. It was pretty much Earth. Just a little bit heavier is all. So they started developing a society for a good 100 years straight. They were able to build up their society. They were able to build up several cities. They even started colonizing the other end of the continent. The only thing they kind of had to worry about is the planet had a lot of predators, like really large reptiles, like dinosaur-esque, but not quite full-blown like dinosaurs. Kind of a cross between dinosaurs and another weird-looking amphibious reptile. I have a sketch idea for Pierce, but I'll force him to do that later. Well, force him. Pay him. It's like he's in my dungeon. Work, damn it! Work! Space dinosaurs. Not like I said. I have a specific idea. I know space dinosaurs. Go with space dinosaurs for now, but they don't look like that. I have a specific visual idea. I just wish I had the concept art for them. But other than just planetary predators, they quickly grew and, well, flourished. For a good 100 years, they had no problems. They were able to develop a pretty strong society very quickly. Their population from 1 million out of the initial ship landing quadrupled. They were doing great. Then some of their earlier spacecraft picked up, how should we say? How should we say this? Unfriendly hyena-like assholes who didn't exactly answer hails and didn't stop going towards their planet. Oh boy. So, a raiding barge of Rathan found and detected the Terran Republic. And the Terran Republic didn't immediately respond with gunfire, because they didn't really understand that this was an invading force. This was the first time humanity, at least this hodgepodge of humanity, had encountered aliens. So they were like, oh, hello, how are you? And they crash landed and immediately tried to attack them. Didn't end well. So a good chunk of the human population, which was not very well organized for a military defense, was slowly being wiped out. Luckily, the ship, this particular raiding barge, crash landed on Gangia, the other continent, which they landed while the main force and society of humanity and Terran Republic lived in Pangaea. The Rathan didn't know that. Well, they did know that both major continents were colonized. They just attacked the one that they were already en route to crash land on, which was the smaller settlement of humans, though still over 1 million people lived there. And because they had no proper military, they were completely wiped out. They had they had weapons, they fought back, but it was guerrilla warfare style, and they were vastly outnumbered by a voracious horde of evil, rapey monsters. They didn't stand a chance. So, after the colony in Gangia was completely wiped out, the Rathan immediately began doing the horrible, breeding more, and began rebuilding their ship. They also began quickly scrapping together some minor aerial craft that they could traverse over the ocean to reach Pangaea and destroy it. Because they were also they were there to raid the whole thing. They don't do anything half-assed. So this particular clan were getting all that together, and it was going to take some time. Rathan worked fast, but their experimental stage is funny, to say the least. It's like, oh, does it work? Well, put on a full crew of Rathan. Let's see. They're all dead. Well, that didn't work. So, as that was developing, the main continent on Pangaea, the main Terran Republic, fearful of completely having being wiped out by this invading alien force, being extremely fearful, immediately began to organize a military. They gathered up volunteers. They began quickly repurposing technology that they had for military purposes, which include mechs. Now, the mechs they had at this point were minor, like big... Again, we don't have any concept art for this. We have references, but we have no solid concept art for the mechs for the Terran Republic quite yet. Another thing I gotta get Pyrrhus on. Another thing I need money for. But they had basic mechs that were mainly built for helping with constructing large buildings, moving large cargo. Then they were construction vehicles. But they quickly repurposed them. They loaded them up with weapons. They loaded them up with... melee weapon, basically, is that, like a jackhammer. Well, imagine a gigantic one on the side, and then sharpening that thing until it's like a spear that does that. Well, they started repurposing everything they could to basically make this a fucking murder machine. Everything that they could repurpose as a weapon, they immediately did. No exceptions. They knew they were outnumbered. They knew they were certainly outgunned to a degree. They had to even the odds no matter how they could. And that meant playing just as dirty as the Rathan, which is hard to out-dirty them. So when the Rathan finally were able to get aircraft built that were stable enough to make it across the entire ocean, it could, as safely as they care to, land on Pangaea and immediately make waves, so to speak, towards their the main cities. They got pretty crazy. So StarCraft Terran mix, but like better, much better at this point. Not like I'd say it's like a generation better. Like the same style, but like a generation better than that kind of idea. So the mechs getting all produced, everyone being ready for battle. They were then attacked. The Rathan, and luckily for the folks on Pangaea, the Rathan were believed because of the lack of tangible resistance they received on Gangia. When they were attacking Pangaea, they didn't really wait for the war boss and for the whole clan to be in one spot and then bull rush the thing. They kind of just had a decent number, and they were like, okay, we have about 100,000. This was enough to nearly ransack all of the other place. Attack! So absolutely fucking all of them that were there went and attacked the nearest city, which was abandoned. That's odd. Why is this entire city full of nuked? The surrounding cities outside the main city were rigged to explode. Not with actual nukes, but with lots of explosives. You have to cut down the Rathan menace as much as you can before it can steal a single one of your people. So, the Rathan fell for this trap only one more time before they finally realized, ah, fuck. We just lost all of our initial attack party. So the rest of the Rathan poured over across the ocean. They began pooling together and then attacked again, with this time going for the main city. There was a minefield out the main city that killed quite a few of them, but it didn't assuade the main horde. Once they finally got into the city, they were met with guerrilla tactics. Certain streets were rigged to explode. Others had fall traps. The whole city was turned into a malaise and labyrinth of death traps. And the Rathan were finding oddly few humans. Oddly few of those human thingies anywhere. Like, surely the main city was occupied, right? So the Rathan all continued to try and make it through, raid through, which didn't work. Eventually, they even made it to this big building with these big chairs everywhere. It looks so fancy. In fact, even the war boss came into the main city. He was like, oh, this is pretty quiet. The fuck? The main capital city on Pangaea was destroyed with an actual nuke from orbit, because while they were getting all of their main army together, they loaded up in their ships and decided that even if they faced the Rathan head on, they would get wiped out. So they needed to cut down their numbers to the point where they were the bigger number, not the Rathan. So the war boss and the main horde completely were destroyed in the nuke. However, there were still quite the number of them over on Gangia. At this point, they were out of nukes, but they weren't out of determination to wipe out the fucking asshole Rathan. So the orbital ships that contained the entirety of the main city's population, which was like 7 or 8 ships, giant capital ships, landed troops on Gangia, and the hunted now were the hunters. I missed it. Oh, I might have. Was that through Streamlabs? If it was, that might be why I missed it. I apologize to someone, whoever that was. I apologize deeply if I missed your super chat. My apologies. I hate this two-factor authentication crap. I just gotta open up the dashboard, and that way I can see it. My deepest apologies. Holy fuck! Thank you so much, Telkree. Oh my god, that is so fucking generous, man. Thank you. Draw more mechs. Yeah, I'll get Pierce on it tomorrow. Fuck. Thank you. Oh my god, that is so cool. Thank you. That is super generous. Oh my god, holy fuck. I'm not old, but you're gonna give me a heart attack. Son of a bitch. Damn. Yeah, you guys are fucking amazing. You guys really are. I appreciate it so much. I really do. I really fucking do. You have no idea. More work for me. Back to the dungeon. Oh, yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, thank you so much, man. That is amazing. That is truly... Thank you, Telkree. Thank you. Really, you guys are fucking awesome. Fuck, where was I? Kinda wanna cry. Don't cry. Be a man! I'm only half joking, I kinda do. Okay, but yeah. The hunted, were now the hunters. The ground forces with their mechs began siphoning out what little Rathan they were finding and began wiping them out with absolutely no mercy. Which there is some cool ideas I have for a particular story that goes on during this. I don't quite have a name for the battle yet. There's two names I have running around that would make sense for the Terran Republic to refer to this battle as. But it's the final battle between the remnants of the Rathan, which I do want to stress this, the Rathan aren't coward. Like, don't think like Ratley, like fearful cowards. They don't run. Well, they retreat, they back off, but that's only because they have a dirtier tactic they want to throw at you. But they don't puss out. Like, they're not running away unless there's no chance of winning. And even if there's no chance, if they have no way, why disperse? If you're going to get hunted down and killed anyway, might as well take a few more humans with you. Might get to eat a few while they're, shooting you. They're not the traditional version of a coward. You kind of wish they were. That way they'd be less scary. Don't cry. That is how Dawn died. Don't cry. That's how Dawn died. Flash gets a reference, right? So the Rathans are a mix of Skaven and Orcs. Not really. They're not rats. They're hyena. So the Skaven aspect would be like the Horde kind of mentality, or I'd say it's more along the lines of Orcs. They have minor cowardly aspects. Like again, if they're overwhelmed, they'll run if they have the opportunity. But final battle, fuck it. I'll run in and kill you. Battle of the Fringe. Oh, it might work. I'll throw that in the pool of ideas. It's not a bad one. So they're like hyenas. They bully away lions for food. Yeah, they again more along that kind of personality. They will don't fuck with them and their food and what they want to reave and rape. If they have no chance, they'll run. But if they either don't have the option to run or they feel they have a chance, they will go out swinging. It's one of the parts about them I really wanted to stress, because I don't want you guys to get this idea of like, whiskily little cowards. They're whiskily, but they're not the coward part. Like, throw that away. They're just underhanded, and like if I kill them and can rape and reave, then no matter how I achieved that, I'm in the right. That's kind of how they see it. So, yep, the battle ensued. The Terran Republic lost a good chunk of people. They weren't, again, at this point, they weren't a very established militaristic society. So, but through sheer hard work, holy fuck, you guys are awesome today. Arctic, thank you so much for the generous super chat, man. Thank you. It's time to simp for our glorious overload. I appreciate it, man. I thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. You guys are fucking awesome. But it's gonna make me cry. They defeated the Rathan, and they rebuilt their society, mostly on Gangia, because they kind of nuked part of Pangaea. So that's where their main society was rebuilt. Due to the trauma of, you know, having been attacked by the Rathan, and the calls for aid from the Gangia city in colonies were recorded. And after the Rathan were completely defeated, a new older gentleman, one of the few who had fought against the Rathan in that initial wave, actually had the recordings. And once the society, like the main representatives of their society, were together, he played the audio recordings of the people desperately begging for help and aid and screaming for their lives over the calls, as the Rathan viciously murdered and ripped into shreds and raped them, and just the worst shit, all on recording. And this recording was shared around and played around, and essentially this guy was the first elected, what is referred to in their society as the Chancellor Militant. He is the chancellor of their elected representatives, their senators, of like all the corners of their society, and he's always the one rule they have when it comes to military, specifically with the Chancellor Militant stuff in particular, is the Chancellor Militant must always be an experienced soldier, but they also don't want to deny any citizen the right to vie for that position. So kind of having the two expectations and wanting them to be one and the same, and all this trauma, they began to breed a society, a very militant society. The Terran Republic began to build itself up, where they immediately have established laws like every single citizen at the age of 16 must be brought into the military in some capacity and must serve the greater Republic against its foes. Also, their society became extremely xenophobic. Their very first and only major recorded encounter with an alien species, and that alien species tried to wipe them out, tried to exterminate them, tried to rape them, tried to eat them. The trauma from that experience and having to nuke their own fucking city that they seemingly had just built over a generation, no, we're not doing this. So they said, we'll never be in this position again. So the Terran Republic are incredibly xenophobic. They hate anything that isn't human, which includes the other human factions, ironically, because they aren't really human much anymore. So yeah, they're pretty damn aggressive. So quickly after that, their society began developing with a lot of things built around a military-industrial complex, if you will. Everything had to have a dual purpose. No new agricultural tool could exist that couldn't also quickly be converted into a mech that could shoot a fucking Gatling gun. If you were a farmer, you had to have something about your plants that would contribute to the military. Did you make herbs and stuff that could be produced for drugs, for pain medication, stim packs, and the like? Then you were great to be that. If you were a cook, you had to provide portions of your leftovers from restaurants or stuff that you worked at for recycling, which could be used to make protein bars and other things like that for the military soldiers who will be fighting in battle. And again, every citizen, once they hit the age of 16, must enter the military in some capacity and serve a minimum of 6 years. And it is frowned upon in their society, in the modern lore, to serve only the minimum. If you serve 6 years, even if you see battle, you survive, and you leave, that's frowned upon. They look very much down upon that. It's considered not quite cowardice, but you're only a single inkling away from it, is the general consensus about it. Service guarantees citizenship, pretty much. That's the thing. If you refuse to serve staunchly due to maybe you have a philosophical belief, maybe you feel it's wrong, maybe you are a coward, typically they imprison you for that. And you are not allowed outside of the prison until you agree to serve the military in some capacity. So you're either going to serve the military as a prisoner in essentially the equivalent of a gulag, being used for manual labor, or you're going to serve as a soldier with a rifle. It's your choice. What are the mech pilots called? I got 2 names for them. I know I told Pyrrhus one of them. Well, I was turning around with just calling them pilots. I get that that's boring, but it also depends on the type of mech. If we're talking about the agricultural mechs that they use for that they also use for ground combat, those would probably. Well, I think I'd have to consult my notes. I think it's very specific. You don't remember? Yeah, fuck. Pierce can't even help me on this one. I know I have specific names for pilots in specific divisions, but it's not coming to me right now, and trust me, I'm not going to find it in my notes. Again, I need to organize those fucking things. But there is a name for mechs. Mech pilots, sorry. The thing is, I really want to remember it now. Hold on. Augurs. Okay, fuck. Yep, there it is. Oh, that took a minute. Alright, so yeah. The general name for mech pilots is augurs. It's kind of like a play off augmented, is where I got that. I don't know if it's final, but it's what I've been running with so far when writing my notes on them. But yeah. The more advanced pilots in particular are referred to as augurs, especially for the more intense the mechs, the more the mechanically you need to be trained and techniques. So there's a whole division of them for augurs. Anyone could jump into one of like the basic forklift sized ones, which are probably 9 feet tall and probably half that wide, maybe a little bit more than half that wide. Are the Oni? Actually, Oni might be a cooler name. But kinda, yeah. But the thing is, the mechs in this universe, they don't work like, you know, it's not like they plug in your brain or anything and you just, like, control it like that. It's controls. It's like think like in the cockpit, there's like 2, like, glove sections for the arms, and then you move those, and those, like, the robot pretty much mimics you in the pilot suit, as, you know, you kind of shift that around. That's for, like, most standard mechs. Same with, like, walking. Like, there's, like, not like a treadmill, but, like, a little thing that moves with you that imitates your movements that allows you to move the mech as you do. So it kind of mimics your movements inside. That's for, like, the more standard combat ones. The small forklift-style ones will just have, like, basically joggle controls. The bigger it is, the more high-tech, essentially. The smaller, the more rugged. Oni is demons. I know what an Oni is. It's that one-horned demon in Japanese lore. Sorry, myth. And veteran mech pilots are pog champs. But yeah. Yeah, Oni would be a good name for basic mechs. That would actually be pretty good. We'll workshop that. I like that. So a bit like Pacific Rim's Jaegers. Yeah, a lot like that. But one pilot. And for the bigger mechs. Cataphract. I didn't double check the definition of that word, but who knows? I haven't got all the mechs laid out. I only have most of the smaller ones figured out how I want those to be. The really big ones, that's where I'm workshopping little tidbits here and there. I have an idea for like a really big one, but I don't want to spoil that. I want that to be cool. So like VR or Burning. I don't know much about Gundam. I'll be frank. So just because I just don't know the other one, more like VR, I guess. Super heavy cavalry from history. Okay. Also like Cataphracti, right? Well, I hope not to make the characters boring there, Draconis. Will some feel like they are Red Alert 3? That's not the goal, but if they come off like that, I don't see it as a negative. I like Red Alert 3. Well, I already have a couple that are named after Japanese folklore, and 1 or 2 that they got some American style naming. I don't know. Again, there's a lot about the mech stuff that I really got to delve into. Unfortunately, I don't want to delve into it too much because to visually describe it is going to be a little hard without references. My sketches look like crap. I think Pierce has seen them. He can vouch. They look like crap. But when he has, I'll be glad to do another Q&A down the line where I can talk more about like mech stuff and more like internalized stuff for factions like that. When I have better references, that way you guys have a better picture of literally what I'm talking about. Kimono Max. Right, y'all like, hey, this idea. It's like, easy. Calm down, people. Yeah. Although, I'm not gonna lie, I am kind of noting some of this. I'm like, that actually might be a cool idea. Go look up Gundam Universe G. Right now? I will later. Have you come up with any endings for the setting as an idea for how the setting ends? No. I've come up with endings for individual stories, but no, I haven't come up with an ending for the universe. Because I don't want there to be one. Not yet, anyway. If I came up with the ending already, I'm kind of already set for it to end. I want it to be an ongoing thing, to an appropriate point, obviously. I don't want to, like, beat the dead horse way long after the necessary. But I want, again, the whole point is to have this as an open universe I can continue to add stories to. It's a great creative outlet for me. So if I have an ending in mind, that means anything I put in between now and the ending is finite. And means I'm limited on what I can do. I don't want any limiters, so no, I don't have an ending. Oh, fuck. Like ogre, troll, giant. Yeah, cool ideas. Just got the idea juices flowing. That's what I do. I do it to myself every day. Isn't it great? Alright, so...
A guardsman stands tall, brother.
Oh, somebody else doing it? I think somebody did. No, somebody subscribed. Okay, I was like... I kind of heard that alert. Zydron HD. Yeah, awesome. Thank you, whoever just subscribed. Thank you very much. Alright, so... other important notes about Terran Republic lore. Like I said, they're xenophobic. Very mech... They got a lot of mechs and infantry-based combat. A lot of ray weapons, like I said. They do have some ballistics, just not a lot. It's, the ballistics that they use and implement are either for extremely large artillery, for their mechs, because they can't have a concentrated ray beam that big, or for more like citizen-owned weaponry, like more antique stuff. Or like the Mac cannons in Halo. Kinda, yeah. Only like the big stuff is like ballistics and artillery. Everything else is pretty much energy weapons, including on their spacecraft. So a good example of like three different individual examples of their basic infantry. Keep in mind, they're reminiscent in terms of Imperial Guard and 40k, in terms of like a huge focus of either like infantry suave or major artillery with tanks. That's like kind of like the styling of how I picture them working on the tabletop for the most part. So this is an example of like a basic shock troop. This is a sergeant or a lieutenant. And this is a sniper, long range firefight. All awesome artwork done by the amazing Jacob Jones, as I said. Check out his work. He's great. Energy for point defense and close-in fighting, knife fight, range in space. Oh, heard a thing go off. Alright, no I didn't. My ears are deceiving me. Alright, trying to think of like the big points about them. Hey, welcome back, Murskin. Coil gun muskets. Cause fuck it. Jesus. Will there be a race later that gives off Borg Cybermen vibes, like technology gone too far sort of deal? I had one in the works, but I don't know if it's original enough that I will ever implement it. I will say there is one in my head. There is one I even have fleshed out lore for. But at the same time, I think it's too reminiscent of certain other things, and just, though I've done my absolute best to make it its own unique thing, it's only so unique you can have something along the same lines as that, because Cybermen have been done, Dalek, you have Borg, you know, that that same idea, like, fucking, even, there's other examples I'm thinking of, but the name's not coming to my head. The point is, all that stuff has kind of been, all the really cool aspects of those things have been done so much. I just don't think what I came up with for that will be original or unique enough. Yeah, Replicators is a good example. Like I said, it's just what I came up with is not unique enough. And I don't want something too reminiscent of other things in this universe. Like, obviously, like, historical references and stuff like that, and some inspirations being obvious, I don't mind. But when the whole faction, feel-wise, doesn't feel too different from things like the Borg, the Replicators, and things like that, I just think it's a disservice to the universe to put it in. So, maybe in a different edition, maybe when, yeah, definitely I don't have it planned to put in with first edition. It's not on my priority list. But who knows, maybe I'll finally come up with a twist to it that just, Cylons, yeah, thank you, Cylons. This is, again, it's a concept that's been beat over the head with in sci-fi for so long. I just don't think there's a way I can include the idea I have without it being only compared to those things. Don't focus too much on doubts about not being unique enough. As a writer, I have to admit I have killed far too many of my own ideas for that fear alone. It sucks balls. Yeah, but at the same time, like there's a degree of like, hey, I know that this is going to be compared to other things and people are going to... But then there's just straight up, like, it's the same idea with a different coat of paint. Like, that's what... though I think my idea is fairly original and parts of it, I think the core idea is just too much the same. I guess that's why I'm not including it in the initial wave of factions. Maybe later, but not right now. Sorry about my bad spelling. Nah, you're fine. Borg with a twist. Sexual desire for corpses. Jesus. Yeah. Borg with necrophilia. Yay. Let's see. Terran Republic. So, yeah, Terran Republic mech focused combat on the tabletop. They got a heavily militaristic society. Everyone's in the military at least once, and usually for life to a degree. They got a good section of worlds. I'd say that in the way they handle, like, expanding their republic, they're a little imperialistic with how they do that. The Terran Republic, when they expand to new planets, they do see if they're colonized, and they do tend to try and flock towards planets that are not colonized, that they can terraform. Technologically, they're probably one of the more techie factions in the lore. They're pretty cool. But if they come to a planet that they really have planned around making a colony and it's occupied, if it's occupied by aliens, they don't really have much qualms in making it occupiable. And they're not going to be cruel about it, but, you know, a couple nukes. Solve the problem, you know? Just kind of build around the nukes. The radius of the radiation, you know? Just build right around that. Done. We're good. Yeah. There's plenty of cool stories. In terms of individual characters, I do have a few I'm still working on. I've not as thoroughly fleshed them. In terms of notes, I have, but in terms of, like, their whole story from beginning to end, I haven't got any that are 100% fleshed out quite yet that certainly none that I have references to. So I guess I'll leave it there. And plus, we've already spent so long on other things. It's probably good to keep it moving. All right. Alright, ask away questions about this, because I want to take a second to rest my voice again. Jesus. I will definitely have something like that, Murderous Kitten. More like structured, small. This is just like the Q&A, like answering like general questions about Warglaive Gothic for those who are most interested and want to sit here and listen to hours on end to me ranting. But yeah, for the most part though, we're all set there. Yeah, I'll have videos and other stuff like structured videos and wiki. Hopefully there'll be a wiki at some point down the line to structure everything properly for newcomers who really want to delve into the lore in a more structured way than this Q&A. But that's going to be for when, like, right around the time the first edition is ready to drop. Or at the very least, right around the same time as, like, some of the books. That's the first question. Do the females eat the males? No. That like Spider Protoss? Wasn't really hoping Protoss, but I was thinking part of their visual, like the eye glows and their outfits, was partly inspired by actually Raziel from Legacy of Kain. I like that aesthetic very much so, and when I was thinking of like the spider species and how they would look in their face and what kind of garb they would wear, I don't know why I connected that with Raziel, but I thought it worked. So, interest. Hi, Asmo, my first time joining you live. Oh well, it's great to have you. How you doing? Yeah, we're just still in the midst of the Q&A. It's almost 4-hour Q&A. Hope anybody who watches this back enjoys the whole ride. These are spiders. Which are technically not insects, they're arachnids. Does the males eat the females? No, they don't eat each other. These guys aren't cannibals. These are the Volk. The Volk... hold on. Oh, I gotta stretch. Ooh. Ooh, I feel like my back. Alright, so the Volk, their lore I don't want to spoil too much of, because they're another one I want to leave a lot of mystery around. And I definitely want to feed you guys the more lore about them as we go. So I'm trying to think, like, what's the best bullet points? Are they communists? No! Again, how would I best describe them? The Volk are a caste system spider species, essentially. They live on the fringes of this galaxy, and they're technologically one of the most advanced out of all the other species, even compared to the likes of the Terran Republic, who obsessively update their military all the time. The Volk are also incredibly lethal in battle. They're effective killers. Believe it or not, they're not going to be a horde army. The intent is that they are going to be more of a medium force style army on the tabletop. I do want them to have like have an aspect to them where you could make them a horde if you like specified on a specific play style. But at the same time, in terms of like how their overall structure is going to be, it's going to be with the mindset that they're more of a medium-sized force. Can you write the name in the chat? The name's right there. Volk. V-A-U-K. It's right there. Ooh. It's not cropped out, is it? Dirt, missed the concept art. Okay. It's right there, guys. Concept art. Yay. Look at Pyrrhus's hard work. And my brainchild. Fuck yeah, that. Yeah, this is just this is a example of the warrior caste. They wear a red cloak and This is like the civilian outfit, by the way. Like, if I like to compare it to the Helsing concept you guys saw earlier, this is be like him in his underwear. This is an example of what one would look like with prosthetics. And this is what they look like in battle, typically. Alright. Probably answer more questions about them with actual questions, as opposed to trying to do a full spiel like I did with everybody else. Maybe that'll save my voice a little bit. The Volk helmet is making me want to sign Rock. Robot Rock. Okay. Well, the thing is, this is just the male concept. Piers sketched like a female face one time, but that was a while ago. I don't think we ever got female. I don't even think we got the female concept version done. Another thing to add to the list. Another thing to add to the list. Give me the spider and space vampires once they come out in book read. I'm glad you're looking forward to them. More specifically, what should we expect when it comes to these Volk on the tabletop? Yeah, I'm feeling the voice starting to drip. Fuck. So what you should expect from the Volk on the tabletop, they're going to be a range, well, it's kind of a healthy mix, I would say, between ranged and melee combat. They have natural melee weapons in terms of their front pincers. They are natural spearhead pierce, but they will have specialized weapons other than just like their natural weapons there, like actual blades. And actually, the name of the series is derived from one of their weapons. They actually are the ones with Alright, so they're the ones with the Warglaives, which is a large weapon that would attach to one of their arms, and it's an outward blade. Kind of like a tonfa, but if it's connected actually directly to your wrist, and it stretches out, and it's a blade with a C shape. It's a crescent. It's a crescent outward shaping blade. I don't have a good sketch one. I'll sketch him. Yeah. But yeah, the namesake of the series comes from one of their weapons, which is a Warglaive. I don't think drinking something will help. I'm losing my voice. That's speaking too much. What a world. But yeah, these are just some examples of some of their aesthetic. Drink water, that might be a better idea. So, alright, so with the Volk, I'm just trying to look at specific examples of explaining them here. With the weapons on display here, like I said, front pincers. This guy is a good example of what the Volk would do to one of their soldiers who was injured. Let's say he loses his arm at the shoulder point here. They would then add this prosthetic with their technology, which it'd be a new limb. And the purpose of this particular device is it would be kind of like a repair tool, as well as having that 3-finger pliable ability. So an example of this would be someone who has less of a combat focus and more of a combat medic kind of active feel. They don't. One thing about Volk is they don't. They don't eat meat. They don't consume flesh to survive. They actually drain energy from other things and absorb them. The energy can be derived from... Okay. The energy can be derived from... Thank you, Adeptus Mechanicus Tech, for the super chat, man. Thank you for the super generosity. I only give money to things I like and want to get invested in. Also, maybe you should take a break. Nah, I think I'm fine. Again, it's just a little bit of a rough patch. Okay. Alright, so the Volk absorb energy through parts of their body. The energy that they absorb, it can be a large number of different sources. It could be thermal energy, so if on a heated planet, they can, I guess, in a weird way, shack up near like lava pits, and the thermal energy they can absorb and heat them up their bodies and give them more fuel. They can also absorb sunlight. Or specifically the radiation that the sun gives off, kind of like photosynthesis. They also absorb energy from life force energy from other things. For lack of a better term, scientific term, they can absorb the souls out of people's bodies. You're not fine, mate. Take a break. Make some tea. I don't have any tea. So normal vampires and now energy vampires. Kinda, yeah. Emotional eaters? Not that I have planned. Unless you count psychics who manipulate people's brains and get off on people and torturing people's brains. Other than that, no. Honestly, we can wait for your voice to regen. Surreally Raziel-ish. Like I said, there was... I wear on my shoulders that I'm a huge fan of the Legacy of Kain franchise and the Soul Reaver franchise. So, the aesthetic and, yeah, a tad bit of like how they functionally work was a bit inspired by Raziel. Again, kind of where some of the inspirations, like I said, are a little bit on the nose. Some, I think I have a pretty fun twist on. One second. Alright, any Elder God stuff? I won't quite spoil the religious fantastical elements. I will say that there is no faction like Chaos. There's no demons. There's, other factions would consider the Wrathen like a mobile demon force, but most of the religious spiritual aspect is in the background. I won't say if any of it is real or quote-unquote real for these people, how much of it has a real effect. I will say that belief has a pretty strong power in most fiction, and every faction in this lore has gods that they worship. Are those gods active bodies in the universe that we see and tangibly have proof of? I will say minimally. But if you're talking more like space, alien-like god things, Eldritch horror. There's definitely psychological horror. It's mostly performed again by psychics of certain factions. In fact, to relate it back to the Volk particularly, they all, male, female, their whole faction are psychics. Most of them are tier 4 or 5. Only one of them is tier 6, and that is the queen. Now, before anyone thinks that they're a standard insect hive, they're not. The Volk actually have a council that heads their society. That also each of their council is the oldest, wisest member of each of the castes. The warrior caste, the the social caste, or the societal caste, the stay-at-home worker bees, essentially, and the and the research caste, who are kind of like the brainy folks amongst the Volk. Each of their castes has a representative in a three. Each of them have more or less two, actually, reps of their castes that have a council. Now, the council does serve directly under the queen, but they are in charge of daily affairs. She is more or less the arbiter of their decision making on a specific set of new laws, but overall, she doesn't play much of an active role other than, again, being the arbiter of what the council decides. In terms of religion, the Volk are the only faction that have no religion of any kind. They believe, the closest to religion they have is they believe that the queen is like a goddess to them in a way. Every direct line of hers will always be seen as that, because it's always the female child of the queen that becomes the leader of their society. So in that case, oh fuck. So in that case, that's the closest thing they have to a god. They do not have a tangible one. So they yeah, kind of. Yeah, I'll go grab. Hold on, I'll go grab some water. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, guys. I did heat up in a small cup some hot water. Helped a little bit. Got some ice water to help out with the rest. Okay. Okay. Don't warn me too long, I ain't dead. Funny you say that, Telkri. They have a unit called the Geist. It's not the same thing, I know, but offshoot. My apologies, guys. Really, my voice doesn't usually break up this easy. Alright. The only other thing I want to... The only other faction that... See, we've gone over everybody else, right? At least to a degree. So I guess to the most degree sovereignty. We got Rathan, we got the Voke, we got all 3 human factions. I don't have... Like with the Warborn, I have no concept art for the Gretsch. There's actually a large rework I just did for them. So, in terms of lore... I'm not gonna say much about them right now. Mainly because one other core aspect about them is subject to change. I don't know. I'm gonna discuss it with a confidant of mine, someone who I bounce ideas off of. I'm not gonna lie, it's my mom. My mom is one of the more creative people I know. She's bred me into this person that I am. She's probably one of the more intellectual people I know, so bouncing creative ideas off of her is a lot of fun. Even if she just sits there in silence and looks at me, I could just say stuff to her, and somehow just saying it to her breeds like better ideas in my head. So I owe her a lot. She's been my confidant and the only person I can vent about Warglaive Gothic to. She knows more than any of you will. Well, assuming she's listened to most of it. I know she's probably tuned out a couple times. I know Geist is the word for ghosts. It works, though. I don't think it gets used too much. I think it's a great word. You Germans have to contribute something positive to society. I'm gonna get in trouble for that one. They're pretty fucking different from where they were when you were working on anything. The file. Notice to self-talk to your mom. Yeah. Oh. Whew. Okay. So, any other burning questions? Because I'm gonna leave the Gretsch pretty vague at the moment. She's a pretty cool lady, yeah. She's got my back. Art of Sojourning, any energy being races. I will neither confirm nor deny. I will say that if there are, they aren't a active player in the ongoing battles between the 6 I mentioned. We've pretty much gone over all the core races that I intend to have ready for the first edition. Will there be other races down the line? I have a few I'm conceptualizing right now, but I want to focus on what's going to be there for the first edition and where the core, where some of the core stories are going to derive from right now. Were the 6 I have, so those are mostly just back burner ideas until everything is already out, and I can work on those as an addition to the universe as opposed to trying to throw everything in all at the gate. Which species does more exterminatus in your universe? In terms of planetary destruction on that scale, I'd say the Rathan, in the sense that they go on planets, they raid them for everything that they're worth and then leave, but they don't planet crack it, they don't core crack it, they don't actually leave the planet entirely lifeless, they just strip it of everything of its value. So I'd say of like core cracking or planet destruction, or at least leaving planets unlivable, Mordred does it quite a bit when they try and terraform planets. Sorry, the Sovereignty does when they try and terraform planets to be like Mordred. That black shroom cloud that they pull over it, and the very careful subdermal terraforming they have to do with like the crystalline structures that create artificial light on a planet like that, and having to deal with the law. All of that leaves such a shock on a planet that often can leave it uninhabitable, even to the Sovereignty if it's done wrong. So by accident, they do it probably the most. In terms of intentional planet destruction, probably the Gretsch. I'd say they'd probably destroy the most amount of planets. Voke being a close third. Would you have interdimensional threats not being demons or gods? I will say not demon or gods, but I will neither confirm nor deny. What is space travel like? Ugh. That's a bit of a tangent. My voice won't survive that. How does the Voke do battle? They, like I said earlier, they do a healthy mix of melee and ranged combat. They have... I'd say if there's one area they hyper focus in, it'd probably be, well, I guess the best way to describe it is they hit like a fucking truck. They hit hard, they hit fast, and they hit devastatingly. But if you can get a shot off on them after their initial attack, they're going to be on the back foot. So they are, I guess, they hit like a truck, but they can't take hits like trucks. Glass cannon-y almost. What race is the Voke's main enemy? The Voke hate the... They have a love-hate relationship with the Rathan. The Rathan actually do trade with factions. Not at all with the Terran Republic. Terran Republic are the most xenophobic, so they could never do... Plus, their bad blood history. The Voke and the Rathan, they have... if they're not fighting each other, they're selling and buying things from each other, typically. So the Rathan are both wandering, traveling raiders when they feel like they have the advantage, and when they feel like they have a disadvantage, they're traitors. It's like, oh, we can defeat you? Attack. Oh, you could crush us like ants? Want to buy some stuff? So the Voke are constantly fighting the Rathan, but I'd say like their main enemy, the actual faction that they see as their opponent. The Voke hate the Gretsch. The Gretsch hate the Voke. So they're kind of each other's main enemy, but they both hate humanity because they see them as interlopers, amongst other things. Plus, the Voke like to take lesser species, or species that they see as lesser, and experiment on them, because they're kind of curious how biologically other things work. Plus, it's an odd sense of enjoyment for them. Suppose each of the human factions, after they initially met up with each other in the reunification... The name is misleading because they didn't actually unify. The unification part is that they came together in one spot, but the Sovereignty opened fire on the Terran Republic and the Warborn. The Warborn, well, open fire would be a generous way to describe it. They rammed their ships into both the Terran Republic vessels and the Sovereignty's vessels. To engage in close range ship combat, and hooked their ships onto the Sovereignty and Terran Republic ships and boarded them for close in-person destruction. The Terran Republic, due to its vast number of ships, began launching fighters to fight off the large ships that they were now engaging in. So, in short, each of the human factions are all in a battle royale with each other all the time. They see each of the other two as their main goal or enemy. But every single faction pretty much hates or deals with the Rathan in some capacity. So I'd say everybody's enemy is the Rathan, and the Rathan, I'd say the best in terms of like interfaction relationships. The Rathan are like that meme of that guy who's like, look at all the fucks I give, and there's nothing around. That's like the Rathan. It's like, I'll sell everything, I'll kill all of you. Let's do it. I'd say the Rathan are probably the only happy faction. Truly happy, anyway. I'm gonna buy some death sticks. Pretty much. When in doubt, ram. Warborn best. It's like, we could fire at them, or we could, you know, bum rush them. Let's do that. That's more fun. Also, space locusts and hobos. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Like I said, there was a concept for space dwarves at one point, but I don't know, like I said, I kind of want to avoid fantasy relations into a sci-fi setting. So for now, there is not. If I can really come up with a way that it's done well while still having the spirit of dwarves, while also having them fit in a grimdark setting well, if I can do the proper healthy mix between their fantasy tropes and a proper grimdark sci-fi faction aesthetic that they'll have to have. If I can have a healthy cross between the two, I'd love to have space dwarves because I think that'd be fun. But at the same time, as of right now, they're not confirmed nor denied. They were just an idea at one time. So Helsings would be a treat. Helsings would be, I'd say each faction, especially amongst the human factions, each faction has an equivalent on the level of a Helsing, like something that could directly fight Helsing one-on-one, and it wouldn't be necessarily in one direction, one way or the other. For the Terran Republic, that would be their mechs, very specific mid-scale elite mechs, which would go up directly against a Bulwark Helsing, for example, which is, again, unstoppable force versus an unbreakable object. Or, sorry, no, an immovable object. No space elves? Yeah, I'm not doing space elves. Alright, guys, I'm gonna open up the Discord. We're gonna end the Q&A on specifically where am I here? Alright, so I'm gonna hop in the stream call. If you guys want to call in and ask questions over on the Discord, jump into the call line. The call line VC under caller lines, and I can pull you in, and you can ask me voice to voice questions. I'd love to have you if you guys want to hop over there. When we get Warborn art, as soon as, Pyrrhus is one man, people. He's only one man. Go easy on him. And my artwork sucks. Especially by comparison. So, in due time. Maybe I'll put up a poll just for fun to see what would people want to see for concept art next first. Attrition, that shit. firearms. You wish you could fund my venture? And yeah, if you're don't give money if you're not financially in the state to do so. I don't want people to endanger their financial status or anything like that to support this project. Like I said, I'll continue to put in my own money and work hard at this as I have this last year. I'll continue to do so in the next year, the next year, the next year, and the next year. And this is a passion for me, and I want it to be something really great for you guys. It's really great for me to be proud of as a creator. So, yeah, like I said, I'm definitely eager to work at this and get better. And I can only be so fast with the budget I have. When I finally can get a Kickstarter up, that might really help in the regard of getting progress really out the fucking door. But it's all up in the air right now. But I love that you guys are so eager for this, and I love that there's so much support. This is truly amazing. I'll probably, don't worry, Dragonis, I'll probably get Pyrrhus working on Warborn Arch soon. I will buy every book you make. Well, I'm working at it. I have only so many hours in the day. I'm trying to keep up with YouTube as well, and you know, it's been a heavy toll. It's been, you know, a lot of I have very sleepless nights because I just want to get the next, you know, little bit of paragraph done in the book I'm writing, or want to organize my notes somehow. You know, like I work very much for this, and how much for naming character in Helsing? I'm not sure what you mean. Well, problem is if you pay for it, Dragonis, that means technically you will be the owner. You will be the owner of that artwork, meaning I can't use it as an official resource for the Grimdark, because part of the keeping everything legally secure is I gotta be in control of all the resources. I don't mind if people like take screenshots and use them as avatars for whatever account they want. As long as you don't claim it's yours, that's fine. But one like security, yeah. So unfortunately, I gotta mostly pay for the stuff or commission it myself, and that way I own it, and all the copyright and all the material is owned under one person. That way I don't have to worry about other people being too loosey-goosey with sharing it around. It's hard to explain. The legality stuff is I know, irritating. It's annoying, and whenever you talk about it, you sound like a corporate douche. Say, oh, well, the marketing aspect and talking in reference to. Thing is, this isn't even really me talking like an old man, because it's kind of where my voice is going. But yeah, somebody jump in the call line? Nope, nobody's jumped in call line. I suppose nobody wants to talk to me directly. Don't know if I should be offended. Possibly. And I don't know how, but if Merskin, if you really are serious, I don't know. I feel weird. Oh, someone joined a call in. Hey, Gavin. All right. What's your question?
My question was, what kind of stories do you already have, like, that you really want to focus on for like the first couple?
I really want to get Melina's story out. It's fresh in my mind. I really want to work on that, and I have the full thing already laid out in brackets and notes in my notes. And she's also one of the more fun characters I've conceptualized. So I kind of want to get her story all written up. In terms of events, the reunification, the events around the reunification, I have all that is pretty well laid out and set to go. Especially since with all the human factions, which are the most fleshed out in my write up and all my notes, and all their concepts are solid and ready to go. So that storyline I would be eager to cover. That would be a series of books though, because it's not just one battle. That the particular one where all their craft entered the same space and reached out communication, that is one battle. But after realizing each other are out there, they all immediately labeled each other as enemies, and there's a lot of events that go on in the initial three-way war.
Yeah, so it needs more build-up than a single book can really give you, unless it's like a 1,000,000 page long.
Yeah, I would need 3 Bibles worth of pages to fit the most important details.
Cool. I hope that goes well, because if you do get that book series going pretty soon, I'd be willing to buy it.
I'm glad to hear it.
All right, I'm gonna hop out of this call.
Thank you for hopping in. Thank you for asking a question.
All right, see you.
See you. Much appreciated. Much appreciated. Yeah, but if you're, like I was saying, if you're serious Mercer's Kitten, I don't know, just so I can buy good enough artwork, I'd say $100. That's how much like I'm commissioned for some of the really good looking stuff Pyrrhus does. So $100, and I'll somehow work in a name that one of the Helsings is named Murderous Kitten. I'm not even kidding. If you want to throw in $100 down, I'll fucking do it. Of course, don't actually do that if you can't afford to, please. I won't promise there'll be a front and center character. It might be a one-off bit I sneak into one of the books, but if it sabotages the narrative of the story, it's not going in there. But maybe like an epilogue, like a fun little epilogue story, or something like that. I could fit it in something like that, but certainly I'm not gonna like put the name in to jeopardize the narrative. We have a deal. And I am so sorry my voice is going, guys. I could talk about this for 7 days straight. What else is in call line? So I will, just because my voice is probably going to go and I don't want to lose it. Brand of Warborn in cold letters. Create a character auction. That yeah, we might do some kind of raffle like that. That'd be cool. How does the name jeopardize it? Well, it's not really jeopardize the narrative, but jeopardize the tone. Like if I'm like if in the book I'm describing a scene of like death and murder on a battlefield, and a freshly produced Helsing out of his batch is approached by a jackal, and he introduces himself as, I'm batch number 89, number 7747. And then the jackal's like, nah, why don't you, here's a fun name for you. How about Kitten? And right before he says Kitten, someone says murderous. They're all murderous. I don't know, I'm just theorizing. You know, I feel like that would be, and he's like, yes, murderous Kitten. A name I am satisfied with. I feel like that would kind of kill the tone for that moment. So I definitely wouldn't. And also, no matter what, that character would not. I'm sorry, no one can take a protagonist of a book, especially a serious grimdark.
Resources acquired.
Thank you so much, Nathan, for the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Well, when you make it big, don't forget about us. Could never, would never, and don't want to forget about you guys. That's for sure. But yeah, it could definitely jeopardize the tone. If you try and have especially if it's a character we're gonna reference regularly as Murderous Kitten. I'm sorry, can't really take that seriously. Catalyst Cades. Catalyst. And that could be a sneaky way to throw it in there. Instead of it just being directly Murderous Kitten, do wordplay. That could work better. Still wouldn't be a main character. But, side character, maybe. Who knows? Plenty of ways to work with that. Maybe a Checo veteran or a sniper. That could be cool. Alright, guys. We're gonna end the Q&A here. Thank you all so much for the super generous support being shown, not only financially, but the questions show so much interest in this, and it really gets me going, knowing that it's, you know, you guys are feeling the drive for this, and it really makes me happy to know that all the passion and all the work I'm putting in is gonna be enjoyed and passionately taken in by you guys when the time comes. And you know, I'm super excited for it all, and I hope you guys continue to look forward to more updates and more stuff going on in the, you know, that I can keep you guys aware of, more concept art, probably reveals and stuff like that I can do. Look out for, I'll announce a Kickstarter when I get one going, or GoFundMe. I'm not sure which I'm doing yet. It's all in the works. I'm doing my best. Lots of stuff going on outside of the Grimdark as well. So, but yeah, this has been amazing support. I love you guys all so very much. Like, I cannot express in words the uplifting sight of seeing so many people like just passionately engaging and asking me questions and genuinely wanting to see more from this and see me continue. Like, it really, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes when I've been working on this, in the back of my head it's like, will people even be interested? You know, can I ever really get it off the ground? I've had those moments of doubt, and seeing all the support, I don't think I'll have any doubts like that for a long time. Thank you guys so much. Seriously, I appreciate it, and love you guys. And I'll keep up the good work, and hopefully get you guys plenty of healthy updates. Until then, enjoy the standard content on the channel, which is just my Warhammer 40k related stuff. I don't know if I'm gonna have another In a Nutshell done in the next 2 weeks. I know I'm still working on the other one in between everything else, but yeah, thank you guys a lot. Love you all. On a different subject, a meme I thought of for the new sister battle mech is a sister pinned down by Tyranids, and one of the mech makes this Ripley quote jumping into that could be fun. Anyway, have a good one, guys.